Pull me aside at the end of the game. Turn your back cause I call your name. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Slam the door as you curse my name. Toss my clothes on the open flame. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. Then it's already done. Now you're on your own. Hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again. Bad again, you're bad again. That you're on your own. Hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again. Bad again, you're bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And it's already well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. Then it's already done. You can't harm me, cause it's already done. You can't scare me, you can't scar me, cause it's already done. You can't hurt me, you can't harm me, cause it's already done. Already done. Well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And it's already done.
Thousand miles per hour. Whoa, we need to slow down. 9 months, 6 days, and then 3 frowns. We've been up so highway, we can't see the ground. Love is so good in this small high town. Never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but it's still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Or will it come crashing down, crashing down, crashing all the way down? Lightning flash, the time has flown. 10 years later, now we're full grown. Still high on the mountain, the peaks are ground. Loving you still good in this mile high town. Never too much, never quite enough. Never been this close, but it's still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Will it come crashing down, crashing down, crashing all the way down, crashing all the way down, crashing all the way down. Oh, it's never too much, quiet enough. Never been this close, but still so hard to love. If I take this step, will it be far enough? Will it come crashing down, crashing down, crashing all the way down?
Hold on, ain't you speaking too fast for what you know about? We should take the time to check and figure out. Maybe all these thoughts are from imagination, but you don't doubt it's not too late. Are you feeling me when I say you're tempting fate? Double back, check your facts and get it straight. I promise you it will be worth the wait. This altered state. Can you hear it louder now? Trying hard to knock us down. Noise is getting louder now, but nothing gonna take us out. We in this altered state, it's all blurry. Don't matter when we gonna wake, I ain't worried. Stay with me in this altered state. We all blurry, and I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. Just stop. Aren't you tired of always waiting for the drop? 'Cause there's more to life than all the things you got. Hold you hostage 'cause you think you need a lot. You got one shot to start fresh. Working on the part that's not just blood and flesh. Find the quiet place where you can start to bless. Maybe all these thoughts are from imagination. And don't stress, we'll find this altered state. It's all blurry. Don't matter when we gonna wait, I ain't worried. Stay with me in this altered state. We all blurry, and I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. This altered state. Don't matter when we gonna wait. Stay with me in this altered state. And I don't wanna wait.
why we play the same old games. When you gonna bring it back to another level? Nobody knows why some things don't ever change. When you gonna bring it back down to earth? 'Cause you're a boy stuck in your world, and you're a girl changing your world. It's gonna fast. Nobody knows why we play the same old games. For love, for money, and a little bit of fame. This is the last time I play this give and take. When you gonna bring it back down to earth? 'Cause you're a boy stuck in your world, and you girl changing your world. It's going nowhere. It's going too fast. It's going too fast. It's going too fast. It's going too fast. Whoa. 'Cause you're a boy stuck in your world, and you're a girl changing your world. It's going too fast. You're a boy stuck in your world. You're a girl changing your world. It's going too fast. It's going too fast.
Shining in the street lights, you know that we own this. Building up the tension, flexing like we all live. Fake it till you make it, take a little holiday. No one got a game plan, taking it day by day. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. Now I'm gonna let go, gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences, no defenses. What you make of it? What you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that feels just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you won't lock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? Leaving out the back door, keep it on the down low. I'm still down with playing, but some point I wanna know what we're really doing. Is this just a holiday? 'Cause if we're making real plans. First, I got some cards to play. What you make of it? I'm gonna let go. Gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences. No defenses now. I'm gonna let go. Gonna say what I think, still low pro. Don't worry about the consequences. Shooting stars, falling fences. No defenses now. No defenses now. What you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that fear. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you unlock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill? What you wanna listen to? Your mind, all that fear. Just deep in some part of you that tells you the deal. And still you unlock it in. We're in for the kill. Is this how we chill? How we gon' chill?
You got to go and find somebody. Somebody else who knows you better. Yeah, when you find that something. You lost inside your soul. Oh, you want to behave in a better way. You run away from yourself. I don't want to be in any other place but home again. You take the road with the heartache and lead the way for yourself.
Cupcake is literally smurfing right now with these hooks. He knows one right now, but they can arrest over the wall.
The counter-engage from the Chiefs is way too good. There is nothing to be done for Gravitas here.
They're even aware of it. Gozo here, and that is the ultimate connected.
Themselves into a false hold. Factory finish on this goal.
Only player to lock in this game.
There is just no damage for the Chiefs. Braden gets the first picture kill of the LCO.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Day 4 of the playoffs is upon us, and we have the final day of playoffs before we get into the grand final. Of course, I'm Mac. You know, I've been here all season. Hello, how are ya? But we had a big day yesterday. Chiefs causing the upset against Direwolves, showing that they have finally found their form when it matters most, making this lower bracket run look like a reality. But today they have peace. But let's see what Chiefs were able to accomplish yesterday.
Team fighters result right now. Draco jumps in, unprotected, nothing to offer and falls on down. Guncrab is unstoppable. He's getting excited. He's looking to run them all down, but he's actually zoned away in the backline. Unprotected, Swain to take him out of the fight straight away. The killer instinct in. He's gone golden, but he'll fall on down. A shutdown goes the way of Mboma. The rest of the Chiefs are fighting a second fight in the middle of the mid lane. And as Direwolves, forgetting that their AD carry is dead, still being aggressive, still charging forward, and still hunting for the first 8
point instead, because in terms of timings that you highlight, that could be a big talking point to go for right now, as Claire seems to be put out of position, but he's tanky.
There's the flash pole, and then they just explode them apart. And just like that, it means it's a double kill for Duke.
Certainly are looking to try and take that mid turret as a result. Gunkrab is so happy with the rocket launcher firing. He's already taken down Lift to half. Sterix is being popped. Out comes the TP. The fight ensuing. Swape looking for a flash angle. He has it, but he has no Zonias. Can't do anything in this fight. Lullaby's already been used. I don't know what I'm saying, Rusty, because it's all just happening right now. You just can't even contest what you're seeing in this fight. It feels like a bit of a lull because clean flash pole, block him in place. That kind of TPs, but Chiefs get there first. Kisei running and gunning and hoping he can survive, but the shutdown goes Claire's way. Out comes the Magnet Storm, locking in place 2 people so far. Cupcake hits the ultimate. He's just going to fall on down. Doesn't matter how much mitigation you have because Mboma is huge. Flashes 2, but gets knocked straight back. It's disaster. The rest of the members of the site sit on top side. One member gets put to sleep. Shock and trouble shot dead. Kisei's dead. The Magnet Storm connects. Draku smurfing. Draku locking him all in place. Cupcake down as well now. Mboma finds another kill. Swape finds the second. It's all things Chiefs. Blue side every game. Blue is their colour.
Just a crazy day. So much action, so much fun. And look, we had 2 beautiful men on the desk yesterday, and we have 2 different beautiful men on the desk today. Today, we are going to be bringing Jubes and Elfish Guy back to bring you all the action. So, boys, you're on the sidelines yesterday. Jubes, did you enjoy what you saw?
Yeah, there were some good games. I did predict the Chiefs to win. I did think they had enough to get it over the line, so it wasn't unexpected. I know we talk about being an upset, but there were some banger games, like 40-minute games back-to-back to maybe not so back, but then they ended up pulling through.
Yeah, speaking of the length, those games, I think almost every single one went over 40 minutes, or was very close to 40 minutes, and it's completely different to what we've seen for the rest of the season. You know, the average game time was like 28 minutes throughout the regular split, and then as soon as we get to playoffs, it's just everyone wanting to win, so not giving up too early and knowing exactly what they want to do. Anyway, Jordan, you're on the side lanes as well, so what were your thoughts on the game yesterday?
Yeah, I mean, I was lucky enough to work another broadcast and then come home and still have the opportunity to watch the League of Legends that was still yet to finish. So that sort of goes hand in hand with your discussion surrounding the longer games. I enjoyed what I saw from the Chiefs. I hope that we're going to get a good game out from them today against Peace. And obviously, I think it's going to be tough for them, but they have continually proven me wrong throughout these playoffs. I've actually predicted against them in every single game that they've played, and they've won every single game they've played. So that's not going to change today, at least as far as my predictions are going to be concerned. But whether or not they're going to be able to continue to win, I guess, remains to be seen. That's the big question mark.
Oh, I can't believe you're leaking predictions early. We've just started the show, Jordan. Stop leaking things. All right?
It's fine, it's fine. It's a teaser, Mac. It's a teaser. It's fine.
It is. All right. But look, something else that we need to tease is the OS players doing well overseas, Jubes. You want to have a quick chat about that? The OS players in the Proving Grounds?
Yeah, so today it was Golden Guardians versus Team Liquid Academy, which feature abundance of OS players and coaching staff. So there's, on the side of Golden Guardians, there's Spooks, Swiper, Choo-Choos, who coaches. Tallywhacker plays in the top lane. And then for TLA, there's Hayri playing mid lane, and there's Ayla playing support. And Spawn, who we all know and love, is the head coach for the Academy team there. So they battled it out. Golden Guardians Academy picked up the 2-0, and it was actually an upset. It was actually a big upset, and you have to give a special shout out to not only the Oceanic brethren being Tally, but you have to say that the coaching staff, the 3-man unit, the three men with the biggest brains, are doing some serious work to overcome what were the Titans in Proving Grounds. TLA or Team Liquid Academy had all of the form heading in, and big upsets.
Yeah, a lot of wrinkles combined with all those brains together, and it certainly put some stuff together. So hopefully we can see some more success for the Oceanic players while this competition is going. We're still, it's only been, one? I think it's just into the second round of the upper bracket.
Yeah, second round.
Speaking of brackets, let's have a quick look at where we're sitting with the LCO. Final day of playoffs before we get into the grand final, and we are going to see today if Peace or Chiefs are going to go up against Pentanet there. Peace, of course, they want another shot. They got so close there in the upper bracket in round 2, but unfortunately couldn't get across the line. Pentanet just did everything that they had to get that shortcut straight to the grand finals, and Chiefs, of course, making this lower bracket run happen. They only dropped one map yesterday against Direwolves, and we were all so confused by that because we thought Direwolves were coming in hungry, Jordan.
Yeah, I certainly was a little bit surprised when I saw the result, but I guess Chiefs and their playoffs form continues to improve, and obviously we're looking forward to seeing them playing against Peace today. I think it's just, again, another step up for Chiefs, but they've been able to answer that step ladder quite nicely, and all it is sort of one more step forward for Chiefs here. So we will see if they can answer that call, although Mac, I would say that the grand final, if it was to be Pentanet and Peace, would be a absolute banger of a rematch. So I'm not really sure what I'm hoping for today. Am I hoping for the upset and for Chiefs to continue this kind of dream run through the playoffs? Or am I hoping to see Peace get the win and be able to put themselves through to that grand final, which will also be such a big rematch? So definitely a lot of tantalizing prospects out of today's game.
Yeah, there's really a whole lot of scenarios that could happen. Well, two scenarios really at the end of the day in who we are going to have in the grand finals. And speaking of scenarios, we have a whole lot of support champs in this game, but we've got a couple that are the key picks. So let's have a quick look at what the key picks are. And I'll let you go first, Jubes, even though I know Jordan wants to put his support 2 cents worth into the conversation here. But you want to tell us why these are the key picks?
I mean, Thresh, we put as a key pick, but seems like a key ban at the moment. Not necessarily getting picked, but getting first banned. Pretty much does everything. Doesn't have a bad lane into most of the meta. Well, actually all of the meta in particular. So it's just not something you want to give away in a first pick because it also does offer that little bit extra peel compared to most of the engaged supports that you don't see from the Rel, the Alistair and things like that. Rakan being a key pick is funny because it's actually just a piece. It's just a piece thing. Yes, like we do see it, don't get me wrong, from other players. However, Aladoric and Rakan have become synonymous, and often we start to talk about other teams' griefing draft when it's left open and Aladoric gets his hands on it. So key pick, and I'm really glad we see that because it's actually a key pick for today's match.
Yeah, any thoughts on this one, Jordan, before we move along to the next parts of the show?
Yeah, I mean, I did sort of want to touch on the fact that Aladoric getting Rakan, and in that context as well, Violet being able to pick up the Xayah would be a pretty big important factor when we do get to the draft phase. But also, funnily enough, I've just been having a look at some of the stats here, and Alistair, despite being the most picked support in playoffs so far, is sitting at an 11% win rate. So I'm not sure whether that necessarily speaks to much, but definitely doesn't seem like a quote-unquote key pick at this point in the playoffs. But we'll have to see whether or not that sort of continues. I suspect that we're going to hopefully be getting to see maybe some Rakan coming out from Aladoric, and you know, if the Alistair is then the answer, maybe that win rate does continue to drop. But yeah, 11% certainly not filling me with a whole lot of confidence if we see Alistair coming through in the draft anywhere.
Yeah, I guess we'll see once we get there. But look, someone we want to hear from, which we get to hear from occasionally. Yesterday, you all did a great job. Is you guys at home, you know, at LCO. Send in your content, send in your memes, send in your trash talk. You know, yesterday I got told to change my shirt, so I did. You know, I'm sure you could tell Jordan to go and change his undershirt, and he probably won't. But, you know, I guess you'll never know unless you try. That's it.
I'll take my shirt off if you want.
Ooh. I think the producer said it's a possibility in the grand final. So make sure you're watching the grand final on Saturday to see if that actually happens or not. But for today at LCO, you know, send in all your stuff, send in all your memes, and we'll get them up here because we've got nothing from you yet. So that's your fault, not ours. All right, remember that. And I'm angry at you for that. Now, let's move towards the matchup, of course. We've got a couple of useless champions. Jordan, you were saying Alistair has been not useless, but hasn't had a good win rate. So you want to tell us who you think are the most useless champions in the game?
Most useless champion in the game?
Yes.
Yuumi, probably. I mean, it's kind of... It depends on the context, I suppose, doesn't it? But
it's
who else is more useless?
I mean, Yuumi can unironically be played into very easy lanes. Like,
well, that's the thing.
Yeah, that's why you said context, right?
Yeah.
Because you could play it into like Braum and things like that, but no one's blind picking Braum out there. And if they blind pick Braum, they probably deserve to lose.
All right, so they're your ideas of the most useless champions. My personal one, off the top of my head, who's useless?
Any champion that Mac made is playing. That's probably
I was going to say that.
Oh, so you tell me Volibear's a useless champion. I'd have to disagree with that. He's been getting a lot of competitive play lately. Anyway, you've stolen my thoughts, so how about we just hear from the pros instead?
The most useless champion, Echo. Echo can carry, but every Echo in my game is completely useless.
For a jungler, the most useless champion is Nasus because it AFKs top lane for 25 minutes and it practically prays that your team hasn't lost the game during that 25 minutes. I don't like champions that just farm and literally AFK, and Nasus is useless.
Useless Shaco. I hate playing with this champ. It's just the most useless champ is for sure Shaco.
I think Nidalee right now is not a good pick despite her being picked so much. I think the fact that she's meta right now is kind of a joke.
Probably Teemo, I guess, because no one really plays him and he just runs around at 600 movement speed and does 5 damage a hit.
Most useless champion in the game. It has to be Gragas, especially Gragas top lane, especially when an LCO player plays it. That champion, I've never seen it have an impact.
Yorick or something?
Most useless champion, Kha'Zix. I just never see the champion do anything. Either goes 0-10 or just gets 10 kills and does nothing.
The most useless champ to me is like Camille.
At this time, probably Lux. Lux is like really bad. Just terrible. I had to stop playing her because she's just like, yeah, she does nothing.
Yaren or something.
My bard when I'm playing bad is pretty shocking, honestly.
Right now, probably Braum. When I see my support locking Braum in game, I just don't want to play the game anymore, to be honest. So.
Oh, I'm gonna bring it back. Sorry.
Yes.
That's what you said. Yes.
Yes.
No. Oh, I've ruined it. I'm actually. I'm terrible. I'm on holiday.
You know what? The most useless champ is Juves.
No, okay. I was gonna come back with and say Kyose said Lux is the most useless champion, and then he locked it in the LCO, and he played pretty well. He had a pretty decent impact, but I've just completely ruined the segment, and I'm gonna take myself out.
It's okay. You're fine. You saved it. You brought it back. It's just when we agreed that you would bring it back, and you're like, yeah, I thought you would bring it back, and then you just sat there. Anyway,
it was. I thought you were gonna like prompt me. I thought you were gonna bring me in and say like, oh, now Juves, you know, we spoke about this before, but what did you have to say about the most useless champ? I thought that's what was gonna happen.
Yes.
So
Well,
like maybe your fault, but who cares? I'll take the blame.
how about we both take the blame, and then Jordan can sit there with a big smile and act like he's done nothing wrong. There you go. Good job, Jordan. Doing a great job over there. Now, it's time for the match. Let's have a quick chat about Peace and the Chiefs, and we'll talk Peace first, of course. They are coming from the upper bracket. They've been doing a very good job, finally taking 2 games off of Pentanet in that upper bracket match before, and I dare say we're going to see them playing very well tonight, Jordan.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping so, to be honest, Mac. I'm hoping that they're going to be able to put their best foot forward and maybe show us something even better than what we saw against Pentanet, because that would be really tough for the Chiefs to deal with. In particular, I'm looking at the bot lane. You know, we've spoken about them quite a lot. It always seems to be the players that we're bringing up. It's Violet, it's Aladoric, particularly if they can get onto Zaya Rakan, but it sort of seems like they've got a lot in the wheelhouse. The other one thing that I do want to sort of keep an eye out on is maybe the Volibear flex pick. We did get to see that a lot in the matchup against Pentanet. And also the Nocturne top lane, Mac. I'm not sure whether or not you thought that was a good idea. I'm hoping we probably don't get to see that one pulled out. I feel like that was a bit more of like almost a Game 5 desperation kind of cheese almost. Pocket pick maybe is a better way to call it. And I don't think that we're going to need to necessarily see that today from Peace. But yeah, I'd probably prefer to see them just get through this one nice and standard, playing like they did in the first, 3-4 games of that matchup against Pentanet, rather than what we saw in the 5th game, which did sort of seem to fall down a little bit, unfortunately.
It'd be interesting to find out as well if we did get a chance to chat to the players, Nat, if you're listening, if that Volibear was a pick for Peace, or if it was more of just taking it away from Parbu, because he's been playing it a lot recently as well. So, Jubes, what is your theory? What's your take on that, I guess?
I mean, I think their pick ban in that game, putting Volley top, taking Udyr away, was just a success. Like, they put Parbu on Graves, and I love Parbu. I've been very vocal about how good I think he is, but Parbu on the Graves, that game in particular, I can't remember how the early game played out, but very underwhelming. Very underwhelming, and they ultimately ended up winning that game. So I think it was a little bit of a checkmate in draft. They forced Parbu onto a carry, and historically he hasn't played carries, at least this split, and when he's had his best performances. So potentially it's just about targeting that jungle champion pool, and when they see fit, they'll put it in the top lane to then get something extra in the jungle matchup.
Oh, well, there you go. Now let's have a quick chat about the Chiefs as well. Of course, it is going to be a 2-horse race tonight. Let's see if they can make the lower bracket run a reality. Kisei, of course, having a spectacular day yesterday. So, Jubes, I dare say you're proud of him.
I'm very proud of Kisei. I feel like I haven't spoken to him in a long time, actually, so I got to check in with him, see how he's doing. But I think across the board, like, we talk about Kisei playing really well, sure, yes. But Lift, for me, a little bit of an unsung hero. I think he's had a steady split, but hasn't been able to transition his leads too often. And I think now he's really bringing it together in like a whole picture kind of scenario where he's able to play, team fights extremely well. And I think in a majority of these team fights on the Ornn, he was able to just completely win the fights. He zoned the Jinx away in so many skirmishes, in so many fights, and he's really coming into his own. And I think the whole Chiefs team is coming into their own. And I think they're finally starting to find drafts that work for them. I mean, if we look at their drafts against Order and their drafts against Direwolves, they're almost the same picture. It's a tank top, it's a bruiser type tank jungle, and hard engage bot lane. And so the Chiefs, and we were calling from the start. We were asking the Chiefs to play this type of composition because when you look at nameplates and players, that's what works best for them. And it looks like they're starting to bring their A game now and bring their really good drafts, the S tier drafts that work for them.
Yeah, really just doing the work that's necessary at the right moments. And Jordan, any thoughts on the Chiefs?
Well, I mean, again, like I said, they've sort of surprised me throughout playoffs, so I've been impressed by what I've seen. I kind of agree with what Jubes has said. I think it's kind of a similar storyline to what we were selling about Direwolves going into the first couple of matches of playoffs, where it felt like they started the season a little bit slowly, but they're kind of peaking at the right time. And, well, unfortunately for Direwolves, I guess they didn't quite peak at the right time. Maybe they peaked a little bit too soon, but Chiefs certainly seem to be riding that wave of momentum. And they were sort of saying, I think in an interview or on Twitter or something, I saw that they felt like they can contest with the best, and whether or not, that's related to momentum or whether it's just them gelling as a roster, it doesn't really matter so much, but it's more so just a case of, okay, well, they have been a little bit underrated maybe up to this point, or they haven't been performing to the level that they might have expected from themselves, but now they're here, and, hopefully they're going to give us a good game against Peace.
Yeah, well, hopefully that is the case. I would like to see a thriller today again, Peace. If they do trip over themselves, I believe, Chiefs could maybe have this, but Peace, we've been seeing them play really well so far, and I think a lot of it's going to be happening down in the bot lane, the supports in particular. So if you look at both the supports head-to-head, they've been doing very good work, certainly win conditions as well. You already spoke about Aladoric earlier, but we haven't mentioned Dragku too much yet, so what do you think we're going to see him head towards today? We did actually get to see him on the Soraka a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, Draco's an interesting one, isn't he? Because he's the player that seems to kind of flex around a little bit more than most when it comes to at least the sort of more off-meta kinds of picks. You've seen the Soraka from him. I mean, I don't want to say the Seraphine is off-meta, but he's actually the champion that... Oh, he's rather the player that has picked up that champion probably more than anyone else actually so far this season. So it seems like you've got Dragku that's able to pick up the likes of the hard engage, the Rel, the Alistair seems to be the go-to for him in that respect, but then there's the Galio as well, as maybe the Gragas here and there. But what's also interesting is he has this sort of second option, which is the likes of Soraka, the likes of Seraphine, whereas, you maybe look across at someone like Aladoric and he's sort of leaning almost entirely towards those hard engage champions, the Rakan, the Rel, the Galio, even the Leona or something that he pulls out. So it does allow, I think, Chiefs to sort of flex around with their drafts a little bit more, and if they want to opt towards something a bit different down in the bot lane, they have that option, whereas maybe for someone like Peace, they don't necessarily have that option, or at least Aladoric hasn't shown it to this point yet.
Well, guess what, guys? We got Nat down on the sidelines, and she's rip-roaring ready to go for the final day of playoffs. I think she's got two handsome gentlemen down there with her, but quickly, how are you doing today, Nat?
I'm doing well. I don't want to take credit for the Dragku Soraka, but I think he might have seen the show match, and he was like, look, Soraka's looking good. And then, I think that's what won them the game. I don't want to be too up myself, but I think there's, potential. I'll have to ask him when he joins me for this interview, because I am going to be joined by Dragku and Violet. Thank you both so much for joining me. Violet, before we get into questions about this matchup, the talent were asking me to ask you about the Volibear pick from your games against Pentanet. Did you guys pick it as a comfort pick, or was it because you just wanted to take that away from Pabu?
We just pick it as comfort. We don't really think about taking it from Pabu. Like I don't think Barbara is like, I don't think they're particularly good at it like either. So it doesn't really matter to us. It's just that my jungler wanted to play it, so I just trust my teammates' picks, and if they want to go for it, I just tell them go for it.
Well, there you go. If it works to be a comfort and you're also taking away a champ, then why not? But how are you guys feeling? We haven't seen you play since last week, and that was an unfortunate loss against Pentanet going down 2-3. So where's the mind space in the team right now?
Obviously, like, we were disappointed we lost PG. Like, I'm pretty sure every game against PG, I had like big leads every single game. So it was like on me to carry the games, and I just felt disappointed in my own gameplay, but honestly, it's not too bad. I love playing League of Legends, so losing last week against PGG means I get to play an extra best of 5, which is always fun for me because I love playing this game. So
There is no issue with losing if you enjoy the game that much. What did you guys take away from the last matchup that you're hoping to improve on coming into today?
I'm gonna make sure I don't tumble in on Vayne into Cho'Gath Q next time, mid lane, and throw the game like that. So
Very simple, hopefully a recipe for success for you guys. But Draku, you guys are an unstoppable machine over in Chiefs, so how are you guys feeling coming into this one?
Well, I guess we're just taking like game by game, and obviously we feel good winning 2 best of 5s, but I think PGG and Peace are actually on another level compared to the teams that we just first, so it'll be really interesting to see how today plays out. But all I'm going to say is that we're ready, and yeah, I think whoever shows up today will win.
What sort of weaknesses are you guys hoping to take advantage of coming up against Peace?
Well, you already know. I'm just staring at Violet right now because there's a 70% chance he might win. But no, but like Violet is like, if you shut down Violet, I think Peace does start like collapsing, because I think Violet is their best player and the star player. So like, even though Violet's like their biggest strength, I also think he's their biggest weakness, because if he falls, then everyone else like falls.
yeah, but there's not a single team that's been able to shut me down. It's more so me shutting myself down by inting, you know?
That's true. Wait, what about scrims?
True.
Oh,
What about scrims, buddy?
we're bringing the
True.
scrims into
I
it
think
now.
It's whoever shows up on stage. I think scrim
Yeah.
results aren't everything, in my opinion.
Yeah,
so.
I totally agree. Whoever shows up today will win.
We'll see if it's gonna go the way of normal Peace stage piece, or if it's gonna go the way of scrims Chiefs by the sound of it. But before I let you guys go, I do want to ask one last quick question. What do you think are going to be the game prediction? What's going to be the scoreline at the end if you want to start Violet?
3-0, because I mean, yesterday Daryl's bot lane, they were up like 30-40 farm out of every lane phase. As I said before, I think I'm the hardest punishing bot lane in the league. If I get a 30-40 CS lead and I don't int, game is just free.
And Draku, what about you? What's going to be your prediction for this game?
I honestly think it's going to be really tight. It's going to be 3-2 or 3-1, or like, and like, I'm not saying that Chief's going to win. I'm going to say like both teams are pretty equal, and yeah, it's going to be really tight. It's going to be like 3-2, 3-1, 100%.
I'm looking forward to it. I'm praying for it to go to all 5 games, because I am excited to see what you guys are going to bring to the table. But thank you both so much for joining me, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, Nat.
There you have it. Always humble. I'm just waiting for the day that someone who is in an interview with Dragku does the flex instead of Dragku. You know, and
He didn't do that.
He forgot it again. He didn't again. You know, he's starting to become more humble. He's not flexing on everyone. He knows, you know, he needs to respect Violet, or else something might happen in that bot lane today.
Yeah, I think he is a little bit nervous to come out guns a-blazing with the flexing and the trash talking, because he's like, I'm going up against him, and I do not want to make him any angrier than he could already be.
Very true. Now, speaking of trash talk, someone's atted the LCO and sent us a great meme. That someone is one of the talent, actually. It's Rusty. And he's taken a screenshot and wrote, "There's 2 kinds of people, #LCO. And it seems, Nat, we've been put head-to-head once again. Of course, I'm trying to go with the storyline of Peace, the final boss for Chiefs, blah, blah, blah. And you get in chat. If I don't see you there, you're going to be grumpy. But you
Yeah,
don't look
I'll
grumpy.
be the final boss. If I'm not seeing, if you're on my Twitter and you're liking my photos or you're seeing them and you're not in chat, I'm going to be the final boss you have to come up against.
Can I talk about caster bias here for a moment as well? Rusty decided to screenshot mine before liking it, and then yours has been liked.
Yeah.
So can someone please explain this to me? Am I being ripped off
Well,
here?
no, Nats is 3 minutes old. Yours is only 1 minute old. He saw your tweet. He said, I have to get this meme out. It's going to be a banger. He didn't have time for the
True.
like, but he didn't have that problem when he saw Nat's tweet, which was prior to your tweet. And, you know, the whole meme idea hadn't even formulated in his mind. So he was able to slide a cheeky like in there. But I'm sure he's liked it since then, Mac. I have no doubt that he's put a like in there for you.
Look, I can double check that in just a moment. But look, couldn't predict that one coming up. Rusty really throwing that. But something that we can predict is this game. And if we have a look at the predictions here, we can see which way we've all decided to sway. And I've gone for the Chiefs. You three for Peace. So I'm back in the underdogs again. I actually really like what I've been seeing from Chiefs so far. And of course, I will admit, Peace are going to be coming into this looking like the favourites. They've got Violet there in the bot lane. You already heard from him. He knows it's going to be a free game if he doesn't throw it and gets that big CS lead. But the question is that going to happen, Juice?
I think it was very hard to tip this game because matches mean a lot, and Chiefs have played a lot of matches over the last couple of days, and momentum is really a thing when it comes to playoffs, especially when nerves get brought into the equation more so than regular season. So I think this game is a lot closer than like you could predict, in the sense that it really can go either way.
What about you, Jordan? Any thoughts, reasonings why you've gone for the favourites again?
I always go for the favourites, Mac. You know how I like to predict.
Yes.
Doesn't matter what title it is, whether it's League of Legends or something else. I'm always on the favourite hype train, at least in most instances. The only thought that I had was that Juves isn't ballsy enough to go for the underdog pick twice in a row, even despite getting it correct yesterday. So I wonder what's going on there.
I actually, there's theory behind every pick, and that's why I'm 50 correct tips.
Yes.
It's not always going for the underdog. It's doing the mathematical equations to then determine which team is going to win.
Oh.
I do want to jump in here, say a little bit about my prediction, but also back up what Juves is saying. I think this is a lot closer. I think the number of games played is a really key thing. We see Chiefs have played so much more, which opens up the door for Peace to have a lot more, I guess, footage to review about their gameplay, what to pick, what to ban against them. So that could come in advantage for, you know, Peace coming in stronger. But then on the flip side of that, like, we saw Peace and Pendanet go to a full 5 games, and you know, you start seeing how Peace are playing towards the end of a best of 5, which again, more footage and opportunity for Chiefs to take something from that and come in with an advantage.
Well, look, we're talking about maths, talking about algorithms, talking about the key to being the best at predictions, but I think there's a way to assess yourself, and that's probably with esports assessment labs. So if you jump on over there, you can see, you know, the mental capability, the depth of knowledge that you can maintain in your brain, and you can test that and assess it and see how good you are at, you know, remembering things. And reaction time, talking, probably something that I should go and assess as well, because I'm starting to lose it with my old age. You know, we keep going back there, we keep harking on about it. And look, I'm not going to keep you guys any longer. Game's ready. Let's see who's going to take game one. It's going to be Peace taking on Chiefs. Let's get into Champ Select.
Let's get into the lower bracket final, shall we? Things are getting exciting. Winner of this one takes a spot in the grand final against Pentanet. Would be a rematch for Peace, and it would be an amazing gauntlet run for the Chiefs if they do pull it off. So, two very exciting prospects depending on the result. But Juves, we do get that Thresh ban again here in playoffs. Not going to be seeing that one still. Kisei, it looks like he won't be getting Yone. Did have a pretty good performance on that yesterday. So a bit of a target ban maybe there from Peace.
Yeah, a bit of a target ban, and I think most of the bans, whilst they seem, you know, like target ones, they're pretty standard too, right? You know, Lilia just has some insane strength, and it's something that Swaith and Chiefs in particular have looked good on. You know, we've seen Chiefs be pretty inconsistent at times. However, their identity that we talked about earlier does stem from the champions that they draft. And so, you know, getting the Lilia away, getting the Yone out of the equation, even the Seraphine, is going to make for easy pickings. And, you know, the first pick that we see is Udyr.
Yeah, the other thing that I would like to note before we get too deep into this is that Zaya and Rakan are still an option as well for Peace. That wasn't banned away by Chiefs. Obviously, they're kind of on red side, so these sort of target bans aren't a little bit more difficult, I suppose, for them to sort of pull through. Now, it looks like Rel's going to be going over for Dragku. definitely not a surprise. It's been one of his better, if not maybe his best champions actually so far this season. I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but I feel like he's been really almost like a standout for Chiefs when he's been on the rel.
100%. I think you've hit the nail on the head when it comes to that. We've had quite a few experiments. I think the Chiefs have definitely tested out their champion pool limits, and Rel probably is what fits most for Draku, and it's particularly how he plays the game. But, drafting this Rel, does this leave Peace open to just lock in the Zyra Khan here like you talked about? Because we've seen them just draft the Zyra Khan into every single lane, be quite confident, and, Rakan struggles in lane with like reliable forms of hard CC. Rel has that in a sense, but it's not enough to punish the Zyra Khan. So, locking in the Rel, the Ezreal, speaks to me that they're not playing for lane. Like they're not opting in to try and beat Violet Aladoric in the 2v2. What they want to do, and they're not going to lock it in. So,
well, you never know. Never know.
Yeah.
But I would probably echo your thoughts, and it's not even so much just because of the Ezreal pick, but just from looking at the way that Dragku, in particular Dragku, but even Aladoric in a sense, they both seem to like to roam a lot, right? These guys are supports that seem to crop up in the mid lane over and over and over again, and particularly in the case of Dragku, I think he's going to be leaving Mboma alone more often than not, and as a result, that's kind of in a way going to force Aladoric to sort of do the same with his ADC, and so that's why we're probably going to be seeing these kinds of ADCs pulling out. Obviously the Ezreal here, the Xayah can be self-sufficient, particularly after level 6, and obviously, like you say, with the roams being a factor, Rakan and his laning, maybe it doesn't matter quite so much. He's going to be looking to get some work done elsewhere on the map. Touching on the bans here as well, Zilean targeted obviously at Halo. He's been playing a little bit of that so far in the playoffs. Ari, the responding ban away from Kisei. So definitely seems like right now, Peace are quite eager to get some of these champions away from Kisei that he had a good day on yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is watch the series yesterday and think, this isn't something that we want to give. We don't want to give Kisei comfort because he's a player that just stems from confidence. And once he has that confidence, he's willing to take the skill matchup, take the 1v1, take the 2v2, and it's actually just double respect bans at mid laners. The Cho'Gath is actually targeted at Halo. It's something that he's been playing a lot on other accounts. And it's like the Everfrost type build with a little bit of AP. So if you're not comfortable against it, it may not be the strongest thing in the world, but if you're not comfortable against it coming into a lower bracket final, then just taking that off the board really removes that headache. So I don't mind what Chiefs have done here. They've just taken away the unknown, right? They're leaving Halo to pick the Syndra, to pick the Orianna, to pick stuff that they know how to play against. That, it actually may be stronger than the Cho'Gath and the Zilean, but it's, it just comes down to comfort and being able to pilot against what you're comfortable against. Now, I will say too, Kisei had a very good game on the Victor, and we were going to see the Syndra in response.
Yeah, I mean, the Victor's sort of two birds with one stone, It's a nice pickup for Kisei. It also takes it away from Halo. He might have wanted to sort of slide that one through. He's been playing a fair bit of Victor lately, but it is going to be the Syndra, as you say, locked in. So really not a huge surprise, not a big curveball here from Peace so far when it comes to their draft, They've gone for the first pick, Udyr. They've gone for the Xayah Rakan. They've gone for the expected mid laner, and even up in top, if this is going to be a Gnar, that's, again, not really a huge surprise, right? There's nothing too crazy coming out of this Peace composition just yet.
It's funny to me that the 5th pick on blue side is a Gnar. Like, it was able to go that far down, not touched or banned or taken. It is the champion that we've just seen with, like, pretty much, if open, 100% pick ban. Like, I don't have that stat in front of me, but I'd say it's very close, at least in the top 4 teams. They do have a lot of Gnar priority, and Liv has showed us time and time again he's happy to play the Ornn into Gnar. So Gnar isn't a champion that can punish the Ornn quite hard early lane, right? It's when you get to the 1 to 2 item threshold that you start to take over, generate that priority, and then able to move and influence team fights with the Mega. But if Gnar is relying on items to build up to a certain point, then Ornn is doing the exact same. You're going to take the ornaments 9 times out of 10, especially on the Victor, on the Ezreal, on champions like that. So both compositions are just pure, 5v5, obviously with different windows of execution. Like, the Gnar's going to want to come in from a flank with Mega, whereas you can play the traditional front to back with Chiefs composition. Just 2 beefy boys in the front line and just horn down the lane and see who you pick up. Maybe it's the Syndra, maybe it's the Udyr. Whereas Peace probably a little more elegance needed in their composition.
What do you think of this jungle matchup? We've got Lisa going on to Udyr, Swaith moving over to Skarner, and you know, traditionally during the regular season we were talking a lot about Swaith being one of the carries for the Chiefs roster, but it seems like later on in the season and moving into playoffs as well, he seems to have sort of expanded that champion pool, picking up the likes of Skarner, picking up the likes of Sejuani a little bit, and I don't know if that's really been a big part of the success of Chiefs in the later stages of this season, but it certainly seems like it's been a factor.
It's definitely helped the Chiefs, I think, more than we could count on, because when you pick carry junglers, you force the hand in particular drafts, right? You take the Kayn in the jungle, you take the Evelynn, you take a lot of champions, and then you start to like minimize what your laners can play. Whereas meta junglers at the moment generally fit into most compositions. Like if you pick Skarner, you can play whatever you want mid lane or top side. You can opt in for the tank, you can opt in for the carry, opt in for the bruiser. Whereas if you take the Evelynn in the jungle, then you need to pair that with like AD solo lanes, and then you start like, you know, narrowing champion pools for the sole reason of yourself. And you know, sometimes the selfish playstyle in competitive games or in competitive series isn't the best one. We do see a lot of junglers overseas have success doing that, you know, probably like SOFM, Canyon and things like that. But even now they've defaulted to, you know, team-based champions, right? Like the Udyrs, like the Olafs, the Hekarims and things like that. So seeing Swaith fall back to those kinds of champions really has benefited the Chiefs.
Yeah, and it's funny, one thing that we didn't even mention during that draft at all was the fact that Mboma yesterday played 4 out of 4 games on Kai'Sa. I expected that to be actually quite a talking point in this matchup, but obviously things sort of went the way that they did. He's back on to another comfort champion, has played a lot of Ezreal this season. In fact, he's probably the only ADC to pick Ezreal more than once, and so he's really been inflating the statistics for Ezreal when it does come to the bot laners. But partly due to, you know, the way that this matchup is going to play out, I think we are going to be seeing Mboma, if he does well on the Ezreal in this game in particular, looking to pick that one up a little bit more. It'll allow Drag to look for roams and to influence other areas of the map. And we dive into our first little bit of an engagement. Kisei and Halo having a backwards and forwards between one another. And well, Kisei's definitely come off worse there, but still does have 2 pots in the back pocket.
Yeah, he took he actually won the trade, and then he walked forward for a few more auto attacks. And just a little bit of a lack of discipline coming out of Kisei. It's not a big deal, and we're already seeing the Zyra Khan lane generate priority level 1. Aladoric landing multi-man knock up there, so showing us the prowess already in that lane. And it was just a point I wanted to touch on too, since Ezreal, we've been talking about the Ezreal so much, is that Ezreal is, and I don't mean this in a disrespectful way, but it's a champion that you sometimes pick when you know you're not going to win lane, right? You know, it's fair to say Violet Aladoric, the strongest 2v2 in the LCO, if not one of, right? Like, we put him in the top 2. You compare them maybe with Pentanet's bot lane, correct? So when you opt in for the Ezreal, you can graciously fall down 10 CS, 20 CS, but once you hit the 2 items, you're going to allow A, Draku to roam, and B, you're going to do so much damage on that 2-item threshold or 2-item power spike that, you know, it was better than picking a Kai'Sa, because Ezreal's less punishable. It's less punishable than a Kai'Sa, less punishable than a Jinx. So if you're able to farm with Q, survive, get 2 items, then you're happy days. So potentially that's the route Chiefs are opting in for this game.
Yeah, but I think this also plays into Peace's plan a little bit as well. Something that they like to do is push for Prio early on in the piece, try to sort of dominate their bot lane, get some of those plates up early as well. Aladoric has taken Demolish, it's something to note. So definitely something for Peace to savor as well in that bot lane. And already starting to see a little bit of a CS differential. Nothing too major. We heard a bit of a discussion surrounding that in the interview that Violet was saying, you know, if he gets a 30-40 CS lead, he's not going to let that game slip away. Similar to maybe what Direwolves were doing yesterday against Chiefs. So something for Mboma and for Dragku to be aware of. And again, I'll just be really keeping an eye on what Dragku can do with these roams. I think that's going to be a really important factor in this matchup.
Yeah, 100%. And, you know, I think we can kind of take Violet's word for it. Hey, in terms of that's what he's going to do when he takes it, when he gets a little lead. So
yeah,
we'll just keep tabs on that bot lane. And again, Ornn's one of those champs where you think, you know, range beats melee matchup, right? But most of Ornn's kit either closes range extremely well or does damage from range. So he actually fares very well into the Nara matchup, particularly early. And when you opt in for the spell book, sometimes you see them do the ignite rotation, and then at level 6, your lethal is almost half HP with the ignite. So the Nars do need to be careful in this lane early, because it can run away from them. I know Ornn's not... We don't consider Ornn that snowbally champ, right? Like that snowbally tank.
No.
But you have to consider Ornn's lethal is a substantial amount, particularly at the level 6 power spike when you have spellbook with the ignite. So going to keep my eye on that one to see what Liv decides to do and how that lane plays out. But I think Appy's too good to let that one happen.
Yeah,
Appy's
looking pretty good. He's looking pretty good in the top lane right now, getting himself a bit of a CS lead, although there is a large wave for Liv to catch, so maybe not as big of a factor. One thing to note as well is that one of the plates has gone down in bot. Violet and Aladoric already picking that one up, so even if they've got a bit of an advantage in terms of CS, you also need to consider the plates, and I do see a bit of a fight going on down in bot, and Boma's had to use his heal. There was an ignite from Aladoric as well. It looks like there's no kill to come from it, but already an exchange of summoner spells, and even Swaith is down there in the bot lane as well, trying to help things out. So Chiefs definitely on the back foot down here in bot. CS down, they're down a plate. Now no heal for Mboma, and the cooldown on heal does come up a little bit slower than that of Ignite, so there's another window of opportunity for Aladoric. Violet also having to use his summoners, though. I think that was when Swaith came in for the gank.
Yeah, that was a Swaith gank, and the Chiefs bot lane is still in trouble. Despite the double sums going down, they weren't able to get a reset. Nice little sweeper there. Sees Swaith sitting in the bush. However, does he know Lisa's there? Because Lisa hasn't been... Okay, Lisa's over vision now. But what I'd like to see Swaith do here, because he sees Udyr crossing mid going for the crab, is get his bot lane a reset. But we might even just see a gank.
Yeah, I think Dragku tethers early onto Swaith, and maybe Aladoric has a bit of a spider sense tingling as a result. He's going to back his way out. Violet looked to turn it, but he wasn't able to do enough damage in the end. First Blood does go over to Chiefs, though there was a trade in exchange in mid. Kisei dropped, and Aladoric's going to look to freeze this wave now as well. I'll be interested to see if Chiefs are going to allow him to do it. Dragku thinking much the same as I am, trying to make sure that Aladoric can't get away with anything cheeky, but unfortunately he doesn't actually really have the HP to contest this.
No.
So Aladoric does a good job of freezing that wave down there, and Mr. Violet's going to be quite happy with that when he returns to lane.
Yeah, but in terms of tempo, Ezreal should be able to get that in. Like, Rakan's base was delayed, right? And it's quite a significant wave. I think it is practically bouncing. So it's not too bad. It's cheeky from Aladoric, but because Ezreal's going to be on the map first, going to be able to throw Qs at that wave, it is going to bounce. Just a little bit of an inconvenience for the Chiefs more than anything. It's not going to be like a solid freeze or anything like that. But that gank from Swaith is like a massive get-out-of-jail-free card, and this is the one thing that I guess Dragku was talking about that's punishable from the P spot lane. Because they lane so well, because they're so dominant in the 2v2, it leaves them susceptible to ganks. And that's exactly what we saw there. It was like 2 ganks in the space of 30 seconds that relieved so much pressure on this Ezreal. Like the godlike base or the ideal base for an Ezreal is the Sheen, is the tier, and he's able to pick up a longsword as well. So all of a sudden what was looking like a pretty doomed lane has just been like a get-out-of-jail-free card, and Mboma's really happy to start stacking that tier up, sitting on the Sheen, and they'll have some... They won't be able to all in, but the Ezreal Qs now are going to sting. And you land a couple of them, all of a sudden that's a reset coming out of the P spot lane, so Chiefs have to be happy. Look at that. That's stinging. That's a sting. A couple more of those, and Violet's going to be down to half.
Yeah, Dragku's certainly going to be looking for engages. He's also got the Hex Flash available, so he's got no qualms about tossing that in willy-nilly. Even seeing Swaith work his way down towards bot once again. So he's definitely keeping an eye on this bot lane, and if he can get another kill maybe for Mboma, that can start to snowball pretty substantially. Lisar's also working his way down, both the junglers standing on top of a control ward.
Now this is the dilemma that Chiefs have. The bailout gank that Swaith gave them, and I'll hold that thought.
Yeah, Dragku does get a nice engage right on top of Violet, but Featherstorm is available, and that's an instant turnaround. Swaith just a little bit too late, and Mboma's damage is not quite there yet. He's going to put some good chunks through, but he doesn't have the kill threat on the Ezreal. The burst certainly is there when you've got a Xayah, so Violet will survive it. Felt like really more of a bait and switch than anything else, and even a knock-up. Never mind. I thought Aladoric might get something done there onto Mboma, but we're okay, and we're switching our attention back to mid.
Yeah, it's just very good jungling from Lisa there, right? you know, the lane is slow pushing towards the Chiefs. So what does that mean? That means Swait is going to hover the bot side of the map. He's going to look for the return gank, especially on no summoner spell Zaya. So, you know, they call Lisa, sit behind us while we get this wave in. And, you know, what do you know? Swait is there, ready for the gank. And because Swait lost so much tempo in the early game, trying to gank Violet and Aladoric, trying to bail Dracoon and Bomu out of what was kind of a disaster lane, you know, Lisa had the 2-level advantage. And I'm sorry, if you're 2 levels up in the early game, you're not going to lose a skirmish, right? That's why jungle tempo, clearing camps is so important. And when you're Swait and you fall behind, you just need to be that little bit extra, you know, that little bit more switched on than you would have to have been, you know, before. Because if Swait was level 6, and if everyone was level 6 on the bot side of the Chiefs, that's a different skirmish.
Well, knock up here
here
from
we go.
Lived, and Appy might be in trouble. Call of the Forge God does miss. Appy flashes away from it. And now the turnaround as Swait arrives. He doesn't quite have Impale, but he might not even need it. Great timing from Swait, and perfectly done from Lived. Getting the better of Appy. Can really see Chiefs contesting with Peace at the moment.
Yeah, and how funny is that? We were talking about it before the game, or like, not before, early in the laning phase. Lived around level 6 to 9. He's going to take the Ignite, look for the solo kill, and he will have lethal. So now all of a sudden, the Ornn's picked up a very big lead in the top lane. Whilst it doesn't look too big, as a Gnar, you can't be even. Like, you don't want to be even at this point with Ornn or slightly behind. Because, you know, the Ornn is going to fare very well, and Kisei's caught.
Oh, Kisei certainly is caught. Flash might get him out of there. I don't think it will. Swait is sitting around on the Rift Herald, but Halo does get the kill onto Kisei, so there's that to think about. And in the end, the Rift Herald's actually going to move its way back over in the direction of Peace. That was a weird, yeah, that was a really weird sort of circumstance, or what am I looking for here?
I mean, we saw it off camera, so it's very hard to put words to actual the circumstance. Because Kisei, it looked like he was dropping a ward over the wall, and then he was going to go meet up with Swait, who was doing Rift Herald. However, due to the priority generated in bot lane from Violet and Aladoric, that means he's able to leave lane whenever he wants. And he just leaves lane, meets up with Halo, and he's the one that influenced that play, because if, you know, perfect world, Aladoric's in bot lane, that Rift Herald goes over to the Chiefs. So it's just a very good punish that's generated through bot lane priority. And this is what you get when you get the Zyra Khan. Dracu can't roam. He has to babysit for now, because Mboma can still be punished.
I thought Kisei flashed over the wall, but then when we looked back, he was like still in the river, it looked like. I'm not sure. Anyway.
Might have been not observer, but like, you know, a bug or something, a visual bug or something like that. But he definitely flashed over the wall. Rakan just chased with the W. Didn't even have to burn flash.
Well, here comes Swait again, this time with Impale available. Aladoric's the target. He's going to be pretty slippery, though, especially with that Zhonya. And he eased his way out. Whoa, what a dodge from Aladoric. Nicely timed. And all of a sudden, Liv, he's going to have to turn things back on its head. Everyone is able to get out for Peace. All of the Forge God looked like it was going to be good, but just way too much escape for Peace in that bot lane.
Yeah, too much mobility. Zyra Khan, especially, you know, Aladoric not using any aggressive, you know, summoner spells or aggressive abilities, rather.
Didn't use any summoner spells.
Yeah, so he's able to just kind of walk that one away, hop back to Violet, and, you know, it's a little bit of a bailout for Appy. He's able to pick up, what, 3 turret plates and get level 10, because he was down a level, down CS, he was down everything in this lane, and, you know, whilst it's only an Ornn, it's not going to get particularly any worse for Appy, but being able to pick that up does just put him, you know, that little bit closer to that first item, and then, yeah, Rift Herald goes down as well.
Yeah, in the bot lane. So that'll be the bot tower destroyed. Peace picking up the first tower of this game, and they're just finding the little advantages. There's been good moments from Chiefs, but Peace have now started to counter a few of those and started to push that lead out to about a 3k gold advantage. And a dragon. So it was looking good for Chiefs, but now it seems to be slipping in the direction of Peace.
It's not uncommon for Peace, though. I feel like they were generating similar leads of this to when they versed Pentanet. We've always talked about them being that team that's extremely good in laning phase, the team that's going to win a game from lane and put you under an immense amount of pressure, and this is the type of pressure that we talk about. Now, where they kind of stumble, falter a little bit if they have, it's in the mid-game transition, transitioning that early game into a bigger mid-game lead, and we'll see what Chiefs are able to do to recoup their losses and potentially find their way back into this game.
So he's going to do a bit of ward clearing here in the top lane. Do see the lane swap between bot and top, or at least Peace so far have gone for the lane swap. Chiefs yet to oblige, although there's time for Liv to get down there and catch the wave. Still hasn't quite pushed into his tower. But it's nice to see, you know, Violet and Aladoric, they take that bot tower, they decide, okay, now we'll move our way up into top, start trying to pressure that top tower as well, which is looking low. That said, 40 seconds on the Dragon timer does mean that these teams need to be aware of that.
Definitely interesting to flip their bot lane top with the Dragon spawning. Maybe they think they'll be able to have enough time to get the top tower, then swing back down for the Dragon. They might be able to just get the Dragon off Nars priority alone, have Aladoric walk over to Dragon, keep Violet in the top side of the map. You know, sometimes you're just confident enough, the enemy team won't contest, and in this case, I don't think Chiefs are even looking to contest. So they're happy, or even, yeah, Violet's just on wolf duty, because he knows he can get dove, he knows he can get aggressed on, and just really good discipline play from Peace. You know, they're happy to pick up the second Dragon 15 minutes into the game, so well on the way to getting a soul. Hopefully it's, for their sake, it's one worth their time.
We'll find out.
And is it?
Well, Cloud Drake for them.
It actually is a terrible Drake. You know, sometimes you can make the argument, it's not that bad. But I think it's actually terrible this game. Because Udi is permanently using ultimate. So it's just going to go on cooldown. You know what I mean? And the Mega Nart, like, sure. But once you've Mega Nart, you don't really need to run anywhere. Like, they're either in a wall, they're wall banged, or they're not. And, I mean, it is what it is. Unlucky.
There's like some pretty tense moments actually in the game right now. Chiefs are kind of looking for something. You know, Impale's been available for a little while. Swathe feels like he wants to get back in the game. Hasn't really found an opportunity so far. Peace are kind of playing around it. A lot of grouping.
It's tense because there's nothing to play for, in the sense that Chiefs are happy giving the neutral objectives. So after that, what's to play for is this top lane turret. And Chiefs are also wanting to defend it for as long as they can. So as long as this kind of standoff happens for this top lane turret, we'll get that tense feeling. Because it's either a fight's going to break out, or Chiefs are going to give that tower and it's going to fall organically. So we'll have to wait and see, and maybe we'll see a Rift Herald fight even, because Lived is walking up. So potentially we see a fight for the Rift Herald, then maybe this is where we start to see Chiefs kind of swing the game back in their favor.
Might be nice. Would probably force the teleport out of Affy. It doesn't look like Chiefs are going to get there in time. Dragku now just arriving, but Smite goes through for Lisa. And unfortunately, Chiefs are probably 1 second too late. Swathe pops the Turbo Chem Tank, but won't find anything. So again, another one of those instances where it feels like Chiefs are looking to start a fight, looking for something, and they're just not quite getting it.
It is definitely a little bit of a time waste, but it was the right window for Liv to look for a move. Because if you look at the bot wave, he doesn't lose any farm. It's stuck just outside the tower, so it was his window to move, and now it's Appy's window to move. So they got to respect now, and that's what Kisei is doing, but once he has flash, yeah.
Halo could still be in trouble. Everfrost is going to connect from Kisei, and now Swathe almost getting in range for the Impale, but Appy walks his way up from the river and decides that is going to be that. Lisa forcing the flash away from Kisei as well. Not a bad trade there at all for Peace. Not that it really was a trade, but you get my point. By the way, in that meanwhile, Aladoric actually popped his ultimate in top. He was just standing in a bush, so I think he might have fat-fingered it. Shouldn't be a big issue, but it is on cooldown.
I did not see that. That's a very good pickup. Yeah, I think Swathe has just been a little bit frustrated with how this early game's played out. And I think that's the evidence, right? Him popping Turbo Chem Tank, not getting onto Lisa, running mid lane, getting disengaged from his flash Impale to this just running it, basically, right? Like, there's no other way to explain that what just happened there except running it. And he just ran and ran and ran until he fell down. And Halo played that well, right? Props to Halo. Didn't burn his flash, used the stun to perfection. So Peace just really on top at the moment.
Yeah, they are. I suppose at the moment, Chiefs are really just waiting for Mboma to start coming online. Feels like he's kind of the win condition for them at the moment. 1-0, 190 CS on Ezreal, so still waiting for that second item to be finished.
So here's where... A little bit, sorry. And I was just going to say, here's where we'll need to pay attention to Mboma. Because at this point now, he's very strong. He's stronger than the Zyra at this point, right? You know, maybe he doesn't win the 1v1 just because you got to land your Qs.
Yeah.
However, in terms of just putting out numbers and putting out damage in team fights, he's going to do a significant amount. The only thing is that, you know, what's the front line look like? Is Lisa too strong? Is Lisa going to be able to, you know, sustain just enough damage so that the damage from Ezreal isn't relevant, especially with how strong Halo is?
Well, a charm there from Aladoric is going to catch Swathe off, but Impale turns things on their head. Lisa gets knocked up a few times and dragged with a Magnet Storm again. He is so good on the rel. Nice scat of the week from Halo. Does get himself and Appy out of harm's way. But this is what we want to see from Chiefs.
Yes.
You know, the bot lane starting to group up. Dragu and Mboma, it feels like when they're in the fight, things can happen.
Yeah, 100%. And that's where we're seeing the Chiefs just fight around their item thresholds, their item power spikes. And all of a sudden, a little bit of a team fight win. Maybe a little bit of an overforce. However, if you're a Chiefs fan, you've got to be happy with that one because potentially they get the Dragon here and they really give themselves some time in this game to deny not only the Soul, but the Elder Drake spawning. So this one should go over to the side of the Chiefs.
Yep.
And yeah, and that was just a really nice ultimate coming out of Dragu 2, by the way. I think you got onto 3 or 4 members and just nullified any import or any damage that they could put out in that skirmish.
I do like Impale for that as well, you know, it sort of feels like a fight turner. If someone's made a little bit of an overstep, the Impale can punish them so hard for that. Nicely timed entry from Lived as well. He provided a lot of the CC there too. There was a second kill for Mboma. So he's really starting to look pretty dangerous. 2 items completed. Rip Herald does spawn in mid and Peace will take down yet another tower. It's 3-0 so far. But it's not like Chiefs are out of this contest at all.
No. And it is still a 4k gold lead, which is basically, you know, those 3 turrets and some. So there is a lot of standing gold for Chiefs to take, especially if they win the next skirmish, right? That skirmish that they won there, you know, in a different game, maybe it nets them a turret. However, denying the Dragon is much more important than picking up that standing gold in that particular situation. So Chiefs need to then win another skirmish to really bridge that gold gap, because if all you're picking up is 1 to 2 kills, it's nice to get that gold in your back pocket, get that gold on your carries, but it's not going to swing, you know, the global economy, right? It's not going to swing that 4k gold deficit into a 3, into a 2, into a 1. The Chiefs need to start picking up those objectives, but it's hard when you don't have priority, right? When you're catching waves second, like this, when you do win a skirmish, that time that, you know, Peace players potentially spent dead is time that it takes for the minion wave to catch up to crash into turret, so then you can take the tower. So Chiefs really need to just generate some priority somewhere, get some vision control, and start fights on their own terms so that they can transition into some objectives.
Starting to look for some of that Dragon control, or Baron control, I should say. And some of the vision control, more importantly, just around the map. Dragu's getting some wards down. Saw Mboma even using his ultimate to provide a bit of vision over the Baron earlier so that Swathe could get a control ward in relative safety. So Chiefs now kind of feel like at least they can see some parts of the map, and though, as I say that, Aladoric's going to start going on a sweeping mission with his teammates. So it's that constant push and pull, isn't it? Lisa will clear out the control ward. They'll find the one in the Baron pit, and all of a sudden, all of your river vision is gone, barring that one ward that's sort of just put above the mid lane tower. And even some of the vision in your own jungle is not too fantastic for the Chiefs at the moment. So
here we go.
Be interesting. What's going to happen here? Call of the Forge God flashed away by Appy. No harm, no foul. A lot of presence in the top side of the map, though, from Peace, and I wonder if that means Kisei needs to be a little careful.
He's getting dove, whether he likes it or not. And he has to be disciplined here and give this tower up. you know, potentially could look for the Chaos Storm on the wave and just walk the ultimate up. Maybe he just values keeping the ultimate for a potential skirmish that's going to break out over this Baron buff. You know, Ornhorn is down, so if there's ever a window the Peace want to fight, it's now. And potentially Chiefs should just look to give this one up. Let's take stock.
Chiefs look like they want to start a fight right now. Swayth certainly walking around. Lift is there. It's still a while away.
Yeah, I know, and this is what concerns me about the Chiefs. They're really alphaing on this mid wave, not wanting to give up this prio, but this is what they need to do if they want to wrestle back any vision, at least in their topside jungle and Baron buff. Lived being here is a big factor that gets them this priority, just because he's so strong right about now. But in terms of relative scaling, like if you're a Chiefs fan and you're able to keep the gold deficit at maximum this much, maximum 4-5k, then you're laughing, because Lived is going to bring through ornaments really soon. He's already put the first one through on the Everfrost onto Kisei, so the next one's going to come through onto Mboma, and then all of a sudden, you know, what was 5k, it really almost doesn't exist once the ornaments come through. So if they can maintain this and just not lose anything, the Chiefs, they're in a very good position to win the next team fight.
The next team fight might not be too far away either. 30 seconds on the Dragon timer. Peace will start to look for vision control in the bottom side river. Chiefs, although having some control at the moment, won't be keeping that for too long.
I also I want to say in the next team fight, because Violet has the QSS, I actually want to see Swayth ulti Rakan. Rakan's worst enemy is a Skarner. When Rakan was like S tier support a few seasons ago, and Skarner was in the meta, you almost always exclusively ulted the Rakan and just denied all of the engage. Rakan gets one shot and you walk forward after that. So let's see if Chiefs have that presence of mind to be able to do that, especially when Aladoric is pivotal to his team's success.
Oh, maybe Violet's even almost trying to bait Swayth there, you know, standing quite close. Playing a cheeky game. Even has the Gale Force available too, so can use that to close or increase the gap if need be. Good wave clear so far from Peace, and I mean, they're not even interested in the Dragon at the moment, are they? More presence around Baron. Oh, but here goes Aladoric. There's the engage. Call of the Forge God. Oh my word, Draghoot just got deleted. It was cancelled, the R2 as well, by the way. This is a horror fight for the Chiefs. It's hard to say that was even a fight. That was just bullying.
Yeah, that was just really well played from Peace, and something that we're seeing from them, or something that we've seen today, is they really solidified their mid game, right? You know, that is how you execute with their composition, because if they were just fighting in the middle of a lane with no vision denial, no vision control, and Aladoric not starting the fight, you know, it's fair to say they'd probably lose that into an Ornn Skarner rel. But Dracu, you know, is a quote-unquote tank champion, especially if you look at the build he's opted in for. Liv might go down here. He picked up the smite.
Did force the flash out. Looks like he'll get away okay.
The thing I wanted to say was, it's just, you're not a tank if you can't pop Aftershock, in particular with supports, right? That's what we saw Dracu melt so quickly there. And it was just very good vision denial, and I thought Chiefs were actually playing the game very well at that point. They were dancing in the mid lane. They were passing, trading minion wave for priority. They had control of the Dragon, which was the next objective that they wanted, but I think they just got a little bit carried away in face checking that Baron buff. And, you know, you can't give Peace the opportunity to pull the trigger, because when they do, this is what happens.
Well, seems like we're back to square one for Chiefs. At the very least, they did manage to pick up the Dragon, so they've stalled that out for a little longer, and I mean, they're getting closer and closer to potential Cloud Soul. Not sure how much faith that gives you.
Yeah, I mean, nice. They get ultimates up quicker, right? I guess if you're Kisei, if you're Skarner, if you lived, it's not bad. Not a bad place to be in. And 2k gold lead on mid lane. So Halo's been a quiet performer this game, right? Yep. We haven't really read the praises of these mid laners too much in this game. However, when when Halo's been involved and he's needed to, you know, press the outplay button of Syndra, he's been able to do that. So got to give credit where credit's due.
Yeah, I mean, he's really been blowing people up, hasn't he? Aladoric got a nice engage there, and I'd imagine a lot of that damage actually came from Halo onto Draghoot. He didn't even really feel like he got a chance to play in the fight. Halo does get stunned up by the Victor Field. shield.
Oh, that one.
Call of the Forge God is a bit wayward. So now Mboma might be forced to do a little bit of wave clearing with that True Shot Barrage.
Yeah, I think they found that Ornhorn in my village. It's just washed up on shore. Yep. Yeah, my grandma told me about that one.
Ornhorn in
Legend
a bottle.
has it. Yeah, Ornhorn in a bottle, rocked up, and
it's just
you
know, rocked up on the beach.
Yeah, I just said don't worry about that
After
one.
30 years.
Don't worry about that one, Nonna. That one's from the League of Legends game I was casting.
Well, Appy's putting some real damage into Liv now as well. Maybe Violet's caught out, maybe Aladoric's caught out as well. Dragku is in deep. And Boma's going to go forward. Appy forces the flash out of the Ezreal. Now this fight's not going too crash hot for Peace at the moment. Chiefs are giving as much as they're taking. It's a trade, 1-for-1. Supports both going down, but that buys Chiefs time. Oh! Here comes the True Shot Barrage! He's got him! He's got him, the absolute mad lad.
Yeah, I mean, and the Chiefs again have done a very good job in denying the Baron buff. Like, okay, we take stock of the game, right? It doesn't take a neuroscientist to figure out that Peace are in very, very solid control of this game, right? But in terms of the state this game could be in, granted, or that Peace had the Baron buff, you'd have to say if you're a Chiefs fan, you're very happy with the outcome. You got a few shutdowns onto Mboma, you got a few kills onto the side of the Chiefs, and you're able to, really it was only what, a 2k Baron power play in the end.
Hold your horses here a little bit, Juve. Swaith is definitely in trouble. Does have Turbo Chem Tank, so he could potentially use that to slow Appy down. I'm not sure it's going to help him get out either way. The ultimate is invested, and Violet decides this is a kill for me. So a little bit over-eager from Swaith walking around in the river like that.
Yeah, Turbo Chem Tank, Turbo dead, that's for sure. So 37-second death timer, but again, I don't think that death means much. Like they have so much wave clear on Kisei that they're just going to be able to clear the minion wave. Yeah, they're going to drop this outer turret, but hey, that one was going to fall anyway. I don't think they were going to set up their last stand on a tier 2 bot lane turret. And they'll probably be happy to give this dragon away too on the side of the Chiefs. And all you want at this point is levels on Ornn. If you can get Ornn solo EXP, which they're able to do right now in the mid lane, and get level 16, then all of a sudden, there's another ornament that comes through and you're just happy with game state. So, you know, in terms of pure scaling, right, you'd have to say, yes, Xayah is a traditional crit 80 carry, but if you have to like pair the Ezreal with Ezreal and Victor with ornament, you'd have to say the scaling's on the side of the Chiefs.
Oh, here's something for Peace. Australia's Revelry is popped, and Mboma's the target, easily dispatched off, this time by Aladoric. Once again, another fight for Chiefs that hasn't really even felt like a fight. They're just getting absolutely terrorized by Peace. Appy charges forward, uses Gnar ultimate. Kisei's locked up. Everyone, pretty much, that matters is dead for the Chiefs. There's no wave clear anymore, Juves.
No wave though, no minion wave. They're not going to lose much except the inhibitor. But you have to say, that was a bit of a caster curse. I was talking about how the Chiefs are looking pretty good in this game, and then Mboma just Ezreal eased the wall for absolutely no reason. Absolutely zero reason. And he's paid for it with his life, and his team's lives have followed. Yep. They're going to be delayed deaths too, so this Baron buff is as good as gone for the Chiefs. So, bit of a disaster. I mean, every time Chiefs start to stabilize a game and you think they're in it, Peace just look for the punish, and they're able to find that every time. You know, it's these windows of opportunity, right, where the good teams really punish.
Oh no,
and
don't tell me it keeps happening.
Well,
he's still alive?
This has been a long chase, yeah.
How's he still alive? He's actually going to get out, isn't he?
Does Halo flash for this? I wonder.
He does, apparently. Oh! Scatter the Weak doesn't connect. Lift is going to actually get out of that.
That's actually huge, because your next team fight, Halo has stopwatch, sure, but he hasn't. He actually might be caught.
Call of the Forge God does connect. I think they were trying to set Dragku up for that one, but a little bit too much presence from Appy. Now Baron is on. Chiefs are aware of it, but there's nothing they can do about it. Second Baron for Peace now as well. If there's one takeaway, by the way, from that final fight, that previous fight I should say, is that at least the shutdown goal goes over to Aladoric.
Oh, did he get it? Did he pick it up on Aladoric?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you say at least, and normally I'd agree with you, but I think the luxury of a shutdown has allowed him to pick up a QSS.
True.
You know what I mean? Like, yeah, normally it's not bad. Normally you're like, okay, support got shut down, sure, whatever. But in this case, where your Skarner Impale is key, you've just lost all, like, flexibility to use the Impale on the bot lane. Now what do? Do you use it on the Syndra? Like, how do you get in range to use it on Syndra? Then do you use it on the Udyr? Because I'm not even sure you can blow him up. I think the real key member to use it on is actually Appy. In the mini-Gnar, no matter how many items he has, he's going to be able to be assassinated or killed. So that's probably what they're going to be looking for. But Appy's smart enough to not come to the group without it. So it's definitely going to be a hard game from here on out for Swathe. 10k gold deficit too now, so Peace are really positioned to close this one out, especially with the Baron buff.
And
trying to sync up their waves.
Look at the map control as well. It's unbelievable. Chiefs can't get a ward down in their jungle without it being cleared. And Lived, he tried to preempt, I think, what Aladoric was just about to do, but it hasn't worked out nicely at all. And there's the full-on engage from Peace. They know that they've got the advantage. They've got Baron buff as well. And 2 players down very, very quickly indeed. I mean Violet's 6-1 and 3 now, so what do you do?
You can't do much, and Kisei's about to go down here too, so all of a sudden, it's all over. It's game over. Just like that.
Just when you thought the Chiefs might be able to get something done, Peace once again pull out all the stops. And well, Mboma's trying his best to defend. He's putting some decent damage through, but he's also copping it as well. And there's a big rock that lands right in his face. It'll actually be another kill for Aladoric, but that is game 1 going the way of Peace. Drag, who desperately tries to defend, but he won't be able to do anything about that one. And I think there's some takeaways, at least from Chiefs, but Peace certainly happy with the result overall. In particular, I saw Violet popping off a little bit on the camera right there when they did pick up that first game. They're gunning for that rematch against Pentanet, but I'm not sure it's going to be quite the easy task tonight. You know, it was, in the end, a comfortable victory for Peace. I think we can agree on that. But there was definitely moments where Chiefs could have pulled that one over in their favor, could have done a lot of work. They just wouldn't really be able to execute on it. You know, they couldn't quite convert it. So if we see Chiefs hit another level, they're going to contest Peace. If not, maybe we do see a 3-0 today. Either way, an interesting first game, I'll say that much.
Yeah, interesting, and we'll bring the interesting man back. Mac, you there, buddy?
I am. I think yeah. Can you hear me?
I can hear.
Yep. Hey, how are we? No, great game, by the way. Amazing game. You know, Chiefs doing a really good job to try to keep Peace away from them for so long. The interesting thing I noticed as well, there's like a specific point where you could see Peace were trying to play with their food, Violet trying to bait Swathe in, and I think that was not long after he actually got himself the QSS. So he was trying to, you know, bait out the ultimate, drop that QSS, and then, you know, have a favorable team fight there as well. But it wasn't too long after that where Mboma got caught out of position. And I think that's the turning point, right? From that point, it just felt like Chiefs lost any momentum they still had in the game, and it sort of just went back downhill, and Peace knew exactly what they had to do to win, and, well, they did it.
Yeah, I mean, Peace are just too good. Like, as soon as you feel Chiefs are turning the tide of the game, they find these windows, right? At this replay here.
Yeah.
They're able to just pick Dragu, pick Kisei, summon a spells up, ultimates up. I mean, it's not even a team fight at that point, right? It's just a peek into death, and every time the Chiefs misplayed just a little bit, that Peace took a mile. And it did stem from the laning phase. Like, you know, we talk about how good Peace were in the mid game here, but at the end of the day, when you leave lane with like a 3,000 or 4,000 gold lead, like something's gone wrong. Something has really gone wrong, and potentially headbutting a wall on an Ornn in that particular point of the game is something that also went wrong for the Chiefs.
Yeah, it's a little unfortunate. Look, we see Lived. He did some great things that game, but then unfortunately it seemed like there was a couple of misclicks in there, which really cost them. You know, there was one call of the Forge God, which got, you know, sent off to your Nanu, I think you said, or your...
I said my Nonna, yeah, but that's
Nonna,
close. Yeah? Some languages, it's also the Nanu, so it's all good.
Yeah, Jess's fams, you know, got the Nanus, not the Nonnas, you know, all the Nanas, etc. Anyway, that's besides the point. It is unfortunate for the Chiefs, but Peace doing a great job. They are the ones that are here to win. They are the ones that are playing to win as well. And look, anything interesting about the draft before we, you know, move towards game 2?
Ooh. I would say the Zaya Rakan is another interesting factor, you know, whether or not we're going to get to see Peace get that again.
Yes.
Obviously, Chiefs will get the choice of side here now having lost. So do they move over to blue? Do they stay on red? What options does that open up? I don't think we see the same draft coming through again here for Peace. That's all I'd go with.
I would have liked to have seen Swaith on something like the Volibear this game in particular, just to have a little bit of early game presence because he played the game like he wanted to do stuff early, and it also breaks up your damage. You know, they had like 3 champs topside that predominantly do magic damage. Very easy to itemize, very easy to play the game against. Merc Shreds, 1 magic resist item, all of a sudden you're Faker to the top side of the map. So, yeah, potentially just breaking the damage up, that damage threat up, also giving yourself a champion that pilots better in the early game for a playstyle that you opted in for.
Well, you know, you can hold that thought and we can elaborate a little bit further after the break. Game 2 coming up very shortly. Let's see if Chiefs can get some redemption or if Peace start to run away with the game.
Oh, but here goes Aladoric. There's the engage call, the Forge God. Oh my word, Drag Crew just got deleted. It was cancelled, the R2 as well, by the way. This is a whole lap. He's putting some real damage into Live now as well. Maybe Violet's caught out, maybe Aladoric's caught out as well. Drag Crew is in deep. And Boma's going to go forward. Appy forces the flash out of the Ezreal. Now, this fight's not going too crash hot for Peace at the moment. Chiefs are giving as much as they're taking. It's a trade, 1-for-1. Supports both going down, but that buys Chiefs time.
Baby boy, you know what I got is for you, crazy boy. Play with me, you get there before a ride, but stay with me for the night. All you want, all you need, don't think about it. All on you, put it on me, no way around it. Let's take you, take on me, let's get to driving. I can show you the ropes, baby, let's go. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Take it down, you know that I'm ready for you, just lay it down. You got the touch, I wanna feel you next to me. Don't rush, you'll never get enough. All you want, all you need, don't think about it. All on you, put it on me, no way around it. Let's review, take on me, let's get to driving. I can show you the ropes, baby, let's go. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. Wanna be your favorite, turn the lights down loud, turn the lights down loud. He takes me down, down deeper, deeper than I've ever been before. I'm getting lost in this vapor before my
ladies and gents, get ready. Game 2 is on the horizon. I'm joined by two gentlemen, which also are very familiar with Flame Horizons. One, of course, is Jubes, always having the 100 above, and Jordan, unfortunately, 100 behind. You know, the other support's always somehow getting the 100 CS lead on him. It's absolutely crazy. But look, let's have a quick chat. Skins. We love them. We hate them. But what are your favourite skins? That's what I want to know.
Gentleman Cho'Gath is top tier, and so was the old Nunu bot. Old Nunu bot was probably the best skin in the game with that ha 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 ha. Anyone that's played the game since then knows what I'm talking about. They took it out. I can't believe it. This is a personal call out to Riot. If you took that Nunu bot skin out of the game, I don't even know what to say. Anyway, those are the two best skins. Yeah, I know, but the skin's not the same, Juves. It's just not the same. You know what I mean? Like, it's not this ugly, like, bronze looking, just like, what even was that? You know what I mean? But look, it was the charm. So Cho'Gath with gentleman skin, Nunu bot, but old Nunu bot, two best skins in the game. And also special shout out to the robot Amumu when it had the global laugh when it first came out. If you remember that one as well, Juves. Don't know if you remember that one. That was a good one.
I didn't realise.
I wasn't even born then, I don't think.
Elfish guy was going to be so passionate about his skins. I've never asked you this before, but you're having a good time. Anyway, Juves, what are your favourite skins?
My favourite skins are actual chromas. So I use pink every time there's a skin with a chroma, it's pink. You have to have the pink chroma because it takes a real man to wear pink firstly, and if you look good, you play good. And pink for me is just the best color on Summoner's Rift. The pink Cartha skin, the pink Kindred skin, the pink Lilia skin, pink. Guys must wear pink. That's it.
Okay. Well, that sounds good to me. Anyway, I am interested to see what the pros think on this one. Of course, you know, yesterday we talked about the worst skins, and someone said Alistair with the cowbell. You know, I'm interested to see if anyone has that as their favorite skin. Let's have a look.
My favorite skin currently is probably Pengu cosplay Tristana. I've been really liking that skin in solo queue and I use it all the time. The sound effects are really like funny and the way it looks in game as well.
My favorite skin would probably have to be Astronaut Bard. I'd say it's probably easily one of the best skins in the game.
Even though I don't own it, I think my favorite skin would have to be the Dragon, I think it's called Dragon Mantle Lee Sin. All his emotes are spammable, and they're all like everything about it is always just really funny to me and really spams.
For top lane, it has to be for Urgot. I love the pretty kitty Urgot.
Favorite skin is Snow Day Nidalee. I'm a big fan of winter, you know, nice winter vibes, Snow Day Nidalee. Also my favorite champ.
Probably Dynasty Ari.
I think Elderwood Orn's actually really good. I don't play the champion that much, but I think that skin's hella good actually.
Probably Special Forces Gangplank. I feel like that's the one skin on any champ that like I can't play Gangplank without.
I like Tabooga and Corki a lot, just because it's a rare skin. It looks slick and is very different to all the other Corki skins.
Base skin Udyr is one of the funniest things in the game to me.
The new Syndra skin is my favorite skin, the Withered Rose Syndra skin.
My favorite skin in the entire game. It's boring, but it's Muay Thai Lee Sin. Oh my god, he just feels smoother than butter. Whew. It's a buttery skin for sure.
Probably Blood Moon Evelyn, honestly. It's kind of like, I would say my signature on that champion.
It has to be Divine Sword Aurelia. Divine Sword Aurelia, hands down, is probably the best skin. When I used to main Aurelia, it's the only skin I used to use.
I'll say Project Ash. That skin is better than any other Ash skins.
My favorite skin is probably KDA Kai'Sa.
Whoever made this skin needs like a goddamn pay rise. It is beautiful. The Spirit Blossom Ari. Oh, that skin looks amazing, in my personal opinion.
So, I heard a groan from you, Elfish guy. You weren't here yesterday. We were talking about the worst skins, and I can't remember if it was Pabu, but there was a few people mentioning how the Udyr skins, most of them were just bad, and that the base skin was best. And then Pabu comes out and says that the base skin, the default skin, is his favorite. So why did you scoff?
Because it's not a skin. That's his default.
Well, it is.
You're asking the best skin. You can't say the default for the champion. That doesn't make sense.
Yes, well, it's an option. Why could you not pick it? Are you gatekeeping skins, Jordan?
It's not a skin.
A broadcast? It's a skin.
No, that's his default. Look. The skin is the thing that you buy. That's my opinion anyway. Like, I understand what you're saying, but if you're asking for the best skin, it's something that is not the default for that champion, I believe.
Well, sorry to tell everyone this, but Jordan Elfish Guy Mace has just gate-kept skins
I've laid down the law,
in front
right?
of everyone. Incorrect law, so don't have to listen to him. You know, believe what you want. I still feel like default skins include as skins. Look, you don't have to pay money for them. They're just there, and they're skins. Anyway, let's have a quick chat. I'm not all you bloody we, Jordan. Wait.
Hey, what?
You stop. I got shout out. I got a shout out. We got a giveaway. We got a giveaway with swag bags, heaps of cool stuff, and a sick code. And if you want 500 free entries into this giveaway, use that code OST to Iceland, not LCO to Iceland, which I did say yesterday. OST to Iceland. Jump on over. It's on Facebook. It's on Twitter. It's probably on some other platforms as well, but I know you can go and find the gleam.io link over there. Jump on over, you know, and you can get all these other entries as well by, I think, like following Twitch is the initial one. Then you follow Twitter, probably follow Instagram. I didn't do it because if I won it, that'd be bias, and we aren't biased around these parts, all right? But look, what's in the bag? A Zed statue. That's the main thing. Everything else, probably pretty cool, but the Zed statue, I dare say it's going to look great. I also saw on Twitter that we did have the winner of the #1 LCO fan finally get their Teemo as well, and he was very excited to receive that one. So, you know, it does happen. You can win these. Make sure you're in it, or you're not going to win it. Anyway, that brings us one step closer to the game. I'm excited. I'm ready to see a bit of Cho'Gath at mid, and a bit of Zaya maybe just banned out. Anyway, gentlemen, take us into Game 2.
Well, Chiefs have to be in it to win it, don't they, Jubes? And speaking to the bans immediately, you can see already a few have been thrown out. Well, normally you won't see the Zaya banned away, Matt, but you will see the Rakan banned away, and it's almost a two birds with one stone kind of a situation. So Chiefs have taken that one away from Peace this time. So a little bit of a change up immediately off the bat. They do still get their rel, though.
So they've changed the bans, but they've also kept it the same, right? In the sense that what they've picked. And no surprises here. I feel like it's a bit resident sleeper at this point when you can predict pick bans so easily. We see the rel locked in, Alistar as a counter. They're going to pick up the Kai'Sa as well. And, you know, it's pretty much staple bot lanes that we've seen all year around. And, you know, I wonder at this point, maybe it's a question we've got to get for Nat to ask the players next time around. But are they bored? Are they bored of playing these champions over and over, rinse and repeat? I feel like the supports maybe not so much. They actually enjoy their time playing the hard engaged subs. But Ezreal rel lane again. And Boma had a pretty good game on the Ezreal. So feeling himself to pick that one back up, and probably has a better lane as well into the Kai'Sa. You know, pre-Kai'Sa Q evolve, you really do win the trades on Ezreal, especially if you're able to, you know, common sense, land the Ezreal Qs, right? You just do enough damage to really notch that lane out. So going to be interesting to see if Chiefs are able to pick up the advantage early in this one. And so far, sorry Elfish, so far, I really like the Chiefs draft. It's much better than the last one, suits them so much more. They've got damage variety, and the champions just suit so much better.
Yeah, we get the Nidalee here as well, which is always an interesting one. Coming through for Lisa. How much actually has he played Nidalee so far this season? I'm just going to take a quick look back. I don't think he's actually picked it up so far.
Hey, Lisa's not a... like, if you go into solo queue and you ask all the top players, what's Lisa going to play? Nidalee will not be the first one on that list. Like, we don't know Lisa as, you know, the Nidalee guy. However, he does have good mechanics, and that's part of the package, part of the deal. If you want to play Nidalee, you need to have good mechanics. So, you know, there's no reason why he can't play it, but it's something that maybe he's kept at as his best hidden secret.
Perhaps. It's a big time to pull it out, isn't it? Given the fact that, you know, they're up 1-0, still a lot of work yet to do in this best of 5. Nocturne's going to be taken away, so is Syndra. So the Chiefs are not interested in seeing Syndra out from Halo again.
Well, there's only one reason you pick Nidalee, and it's particularly to pair it with an AD mid laner, and more importantly, you pair it with like the Renekton. The real rise to prominence that we've seen with Nidalee lately is because it's Renekton that goes mid, and it's similar to like the Renekton Elise combo where Renekton has the reliable stun, so that means the spear is going to hit, and then the mid laner is like really as good as dead if that happens. But I think sometimes if you're not able to get the Renekton, or you're not able to get the Nidalee pair, or if you're not able to get that AD mid laner that you wanted, then the Nidalee can go missing in games. It doesn't have the CC like the Lilia. You know, Lucian's potentially a good pairing because you will generate priority, will allow Nidalee to get counter jungle camps, will win the skirmishes in the river, but it really just isn't the same. It's not the same. There's no setup for the Nidalee. So the Nidalee's got to land spears on her own, and if you ask me, Nidalee spears are far more jukeable than it is on the Nidalee to hit the spear, if that makes sense, right?
Sure,
like,
yeah.
It's your responsibility to move out of the way of the spear as opposed to getting hit by it.
It comes from a long way away, you know, so a lot
Yeah.
of the time you've got the info before it's really a huge problem. Well, that's a scary looking image right there. Get us back on the camera. I think that looks much better. Lucian is an interesting choice from Peace. Could go top, could go mid. I mean, I'm obviously assuming that it's going to be going through to the mid lane here. Halo's been picking it a little bit. So what's the response from Chiefs? Obviously, they're looking for their mid laner now, and it is going to be Ari. So that's managed to actually sneak through the ban phase here for Kisei. Had a good day on the Ari yesterday. Again, you know, you're going to be seeing that AP jungler, and obviously the AP mid laner, but this time some solid AD in the top lane coming through from the Renekton. So maybe that's one of the flaws that Chiefs had that's been sort of rectified a little. And what is the option up top for Peace here?
It's going to be the Ornn. Oh, okay, I thought it was the Gragas, but he's opted in for the Ornn. The Gragas, the Ornn, much of a muchness. Like, they're just playing with Appy on top side of the map, you know, being on that island, going to be isolated. And he's ultimately just going to do a job for his team. Whereas the onus is more on Liv now to get that advantage in the lane. Now, here's the champion to do so. However, if Renekton does not get ahead in this composition, he's going to render himself pretty useless. So we need to keep our eyes on top side of the map. Again, a lot of volatile lanes when you look at it. You have to consider the mid lane to be a particularly volatile one, right? Lucian cannot afford to fall behind. Kisei, again, cannot really afford to fall behind. Otherwise, it's going to be solo kill central. It's just going to be a shopping center. You know, take a mid laner. It's for free if you like. And, you know, it's probably in more of the favor of Chiefs in terms of setup. If Halo ever uses the dash or the relentless pursuit forward or aggressively, the window of opportunity is going to be there for the Chiefs.
Feels to me like there's a couple of champions on this roster for Peace that are... Like, if you don't execute it correctly, it can go pretty wrong, right? Nidalee, if you don't go well on Nidalee, she starts to become that squishy champion that doesn't seem like she's got a whole lot of impact sometimes. The Lucian, if you start to fall behind, we know how difficult that can be to sort of make work. So Peace definitely want to get the ball rolling quite nicely in this game, in this matchup, and obviously go from there. But on the same token, they've got some good frontline. They've got some nice engage with Appy, with Aladoric. So they've got the pieces of the puzzle there. I will be interested to see how Swaith goes here on the Lilia. Obviously for Kisei, I'm going to be keeping a big eye on that mid lane as well after what we saw yesterday from him. So I think the real key talking points for this game, you know, obviously we'll always be talking about bot lane. And Boma needs to follow suit again on Ezreal and maybe be able to convert that into something if he gets a bit of a lead. And in the mid lane as well, Kisei, they can turn things around, Chiefs, and bring it back to one apiece. Maybe start to put a shadow of doubt in the minds of Peace. They can start to contest this best of 3 series. But until then, it's really just one game at a time.
Yeah, indeed. Standard fan out here. No one fishing for vision. Early ward drop there. Potentially someone could go base if they knew that one happened. Pick up a sweeper and, you know, cheese that ward and get the level 2 early in lane.
Tell you what, Juves, maybe it's a good time for us to have a chat with Kuden, who is the coach of Chiefs. It has been an interesting playoffs run for the Chiefs. So, Kuden, how you doing, buddy?
Yoza.
What's up? All right, well, tell me. Okay, because this feels like an interesting run for Chiefs. You know, have you guys been underestimated in a sense, do you think?
Yep, we're definitely the Cinderella of LCO.
The Cinderella, looking for the glass slipper maybe. Hasn't come through just yet today. All right, well, touching on some of what we saw yesterday from you, Mboma very, very heavy on the Kai'Sa. We saw 4 games in a row from him there. Now 2 games in a row on Ezreal. So is that just a shift in mentality based on who you're playing against, or is there something more afoot?
Yeah, it was just dependent on the draft. And then these guys, I mean, these guys picked Kai'Sa early away from us, so couldn't really... did we? I forgot. I think they picked Kai'Sa early, so...
Well, I mean, you did have the opportunity last game. You had the option last game to get the Kai'Sa, but we were sort of talking about how the
they picked Xayah early, so we didn't like... That's why I didn't pick Kai'Sa. That's our thought process.
Very good then, and how are you guys sort of feeling coming into today's matchup? You know, what was the process coming into today? Was there a sort of team discussion earlier on, or was it a bit chill? What did you do after the game yesterday? How have you guys gone through from yesterday's win to the point where you've got into game 1 today?
Definitely tried to round everyone up for meeting today, because obviously we need to talk about who we're versing, but I think it was pretty exhausted from last night, or for me at least. I had like a headache a bit. I couldn't really do stuff after our series yesterday. I think kind of blows that with the play of the day straight after. I think Peace have an advantage in that regard. We didn't have much time to prepare compared to Darv's, right? We had like a week leading up to the series, but now Peace is like we had less than 12 hours or whatever. It's not much time. And this obviously
certainly not
as well. Yeah.
Yeah, but I suppose that's the advantage you get from coming through the upper bracket versus the lower bracket. Do you think, you know, there's been enough for you to sort of take a look at when it comes to Peace? Because obviously you guys have played a couple of playoffs games already, so they had a lot of material to go over, whereas you would have theoretically only had a couple of games to sort of take a look at from there. So did you feel prepared coming into this game, or not really?
Nah, not really. Not compared to the other series for sure. I think Peace is also one of the harder teams to prepare because they have a sub as well. Like they had another jungle, and also I think we played like 10 blue side games this whole playoffs. The last game was our first time playing red. Kind of awkward.
Oh, well, you're on the blue side this time, so I think I'll leave it there with you. Got a fair bit to talk about in the server. Thank you very much for the interview, Kuda. It's been great to talk again.
Yeah,
Poggers indeed. All right, well, Tubes, some Poggers to talk about for the Chiefs as well, because that little stoush in the top lane seemed to go quite nicely indeed for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was just a standard full clear, right? Both junglers pathing towards opposite sides of the map. This is what Renekton does in these types of lanes. He's able to bully, get the early advantage in level 3, level 4, and it's where you generate a dive opportunity. And they were able to dive successfully, and they were able to pick up 2 kills on the back end. Halo did trade, so, you know, that was kind of the saving factor there, but he did fall down too, so Swait is extremely accelerated in this game. You just look at the itemization from both junglers, and, you know, you'd have to say when Swait's had a good game for the Chiefs, it's pretty much been shut up shop, and the game's as good as done. So if you're a Chiefs fan, you've got to be extremely happy with how this one started.
No, I was going to say, or I was going to ask you, you know, are you happy to see those kills going over to Swait, as opposed to maybe someone like Lived or potentially Kisei who teleported up?
Yeah, look, I mean, maybe Kisei could argue that he should have been donated one of those kills there. However, ooh, nice little trade back from Appy. However, the one thing that Ahri is going to build is Everfrost, and it almost becomes like a little bit of utility, right? Like, you don't necessarily pick the Ahri to be that 1v9 champ. The utility in itself is nice, and Lilia is really able to bridge that gap anyway, right? You know, it's not like the kill is going over to a tank jungler that's going to build that into stats. Like, Lilia is going to probably get the Zhonyas or the Liandrys, depending on what route he wants to go. So, it's not like it's stats that are going to be wasted, and Kisei is doing completely fine in this lane. And the interaction that I wanted to touch on was that every time Halo dashes forward to trade, it's met with a charm. So Halo needs to pick his windows where he trades. There has to be minions there, or he has to be confident enough that he's going to sidestep. So maybe this is something that was really prepared for the Lucian.
Early dragon for Peace as well. I suppose that's the luxury of an Italy. to chunk that one down pretty quickly. The same, I guess, for Lucian in mid. Put a bit of damage down as well. And Boma's sticking around here, though, so if Lisa's not quite on point with the smite, there could be a cheeky steal. The attempt was there, but the smite was in, and now Call of the Forge God right on top of Lift, who just can't go anywhere. A solo kill for Appy. Not what you want to be seeing from that Renekton. We highlighted that in the draft. If the Renekton gets behind, there's going to be problems.
I mean, that's like bluntly unacceptable. I mean, Appy, for sure, laning extremely well, playing the trades out how they're meant to go. But your ship on Renekton sails a lot earlier than most champs, right? And when you die and the Ornn gets a free Bramble Vest, gets a free reset, he's winning in CS and he's having like a fun time in this lane, all of a sudden, you don't really generate priority anymore. And if you're playing Renekton to be second place and Renekton to just, you know, go even with an Ornn or slightly behind, like the top lane matchup is pretty done. And you have to rely on other parts of the map to get ahead. So Lived, I think, going to be a little bit concerned because look at the itemization now. Like the Bramble Vest, the Barmy Cinder, like that's just enough to completely bully this Renekton out of lane. And I think that's what we're going to see when Appy gets back into the top side of the map. It's going to be so hard for Liv.
No itemization yet against Swathe, though, from the top lane. So maybe there's an avenue there. Although there is the mantra of don't gank the losing lane. Something that you agree with, Juice?
I mean, it's at sometimes lanes are at a point of no return where no matter how many times you go there, it ultimately doesn't matter anymore. Now, I don't think Renekton's at that point by any means. I'm not telling Swathe that this matchup is as good as cooked. However, it is one more mistake away from not being able to play top side of the map and having Ornn just run over the game, using his teleport advantage top side of the map. So this next, yeah, look, it's, I mean, like that's lethal again, right? Yeah. Even with dominance, like Appy's ult is coming up. It is basically lethal, and the Renekton's just being bullied. And I mean, it's not going to get better. If left to his own devices, it doesn't get better.
Definitely playing with fire, isn't he? Sitting around in lane like that. So, see how this one goes for Lived, although he does have a nice little wave to farm here. Interesting. 14.7k gold on both sides at the moment. Teams are even. One Dragon, the only real advantage for Peace at this point. But you like to see a couple of kills on Swathe. Maybe he can be the one to step up here for the Chiefs. Small CS lead starting to build down in the bot lane and the mid lane as well.
Again, this is where Kai'Sa does start take over the lane. When Kai'Sa gets base and gets items, the more and more items Kai'Sa is able to generate and able to pick up, the Ezreal lane becomes more and more non-existent, right? More and more easier for the Kai'Sa. Because all of a sudden, the Q trade back is, you know, a quarter of Mboma's health. So, you know, even.
Aladoric definitely getting a little bit bored.
It's that, but also with your jungler bot side of the map, if you're making Ezreal use Arcane Shift in lane, he's going to go So you look at the mana department for Mboma already, and he's already in a little bit of trouble, right? Your next skirmish that takes part, or
well, never mind that. Draku low on HP, but Mboma able to put a bit of damage down here as well. So far, it's Swathe to pick up a kill, and Violet as well. Kisei's teleported in, and that could be the end of Violet. Luckily, does have Flash Charm, does go awry, but surely enough damage from that third proc of Spirit Rush. Halo in potential trouble here as well, and Mboma chases him down, and Swathe finishes him off. The Chiefs come up ahead in that engagement.
Am I wrong in saying that Halo could have lived or potentially outplayed with his flash there? I mean, it's a fine margin, but I feel like maybe he could have just used his flash, got PTA proc, and potentially killed Swathe there, but maybe the replay will tell us a different story. But that's just you.
Flashes the Blooming Blows and the Mystic Shot, I mean, he can avoid both of them with one spell.
Yeah, 100%. And then I'm thinking he just turns. But, you know, he probably knows better than I do, so it is what it is. But that's just a very good pickup bot side of the map, and that's what happens when Swathe gets a lead, right? You know, you talk about the kills, like, do they end up, and I'll hold the thought while we get the replay, just so we can break down what actually happened here. So, not sure if Aladoric sees the Lilia here. You'd have to say he doesn't, because he opts in for the all-in. The ultimate there from Draku just baits enough time to be able to do enough damage so that they're able to trade 1-for-1, and the TP is what makes the big difference here.
Yeah.
Now Lucian doesn't use his, just sits in the bush there, and mechanically just well played across the board, right? Like every skill shot's landing this time around for the Chiefs. You know, last game potentially not, but here, you know, if he flashes, stays in auto attack range, does he trade back there?
Hard to say. Hard to say.
Potentially worth it too, right? When you look at the bounty.
Yeah.
Cool.
Nothing's going to happen here. We'll sit under tower. One thing to note is that Peace are going to grab the first 2 dragons here again. So even though that engagement goes in the favor of Chiefs, they don't get any objectives out of it. And that was a problem last game. Kisei up to the top lane, forces the flash away from Appy. I like this from Kisei. You know, he's all over the map at the moment. He's helping bot, he's helping top, he's doing work everywhere. And that's what you want to see from an Ari post 6.
You do want to see that, but you also want to make sure that you're still farming, right? You're still maintaining the CS and the levels with the Lucian. Now the Chiefs bot lane might be in trouble here.
It might be indeed. Violet will dive on top of Mboma. The focus is good. The stun is better. Drag keeps Mboma for, I was going to say alive, but for how long? Because a nice snipe comes through from Lisa. Mboma didn't really have anywhere to go there. He goes forward, he hits the spear, he goes backward. Violet's probably in range for an auto or two, so good try.
The game's a matter of seconds though, right, Elfish? Because if the Chiefs bot lane just waited for Swave to get to the bot side of the map, because you can see he was pathing there, like he's here now, potentially it's a turnaround and traded kills again, so Chiefs just overreaching a little bit, and when we find time and time again, when you overreach against Peace, they're able to punish, and Aladoric on the engaged champion's just a little bit too good at the moment.
Yeah. A lot of money on Swaith right now. 5-0 and 0. He has got everything.
Oh, he went
for the
Luden.
Chiefs. Well, extra burst.
I mean, I don't think it's very good. I don't think it's very good, but you definitely do more damage. I mean, that's kind of what we know from Swaith anyway, right? Like it is a Swaith item. Like if you took a poll and put all junglers in the LCO,
oh, hold on a second. Kisei just gets solo killed by Halo. That's what's going to happen. Halo hits the Kraken Slayer and decides now is the time to go.
Yeah, and Kisei just got caught in lane, not basing. He just didn't have a reset, had no mana, and now he's going to lose his blue buff as well to Swaith. So we talked about Kisei having a pretty good early game. All of a sudden now he's finding himself in a 20 CS ditch with a couple of kills down now, and his lane's only going to get worse for him now.
I don't necessarily mind seeing Sway take the blue there. I feel like he has to be the one to carry this game now for Chiefs.
Yeah. And I mean, I like the stopwatch pickup too, because you know what that says to me? He's looking for a big play.
He has to have some big plays, doesn't he?
Well, you're going to flash in. You're going to flash in and look for the big sleep. So, Swaith definitely has to be the difference maker in this next team fight, because he is majority of his team's gold lead. Well, not gold lead rather, but gold.
Well, I mean, speaking to that, he's got like 2,500 on the Nidalee right now.
Yeah.
So he's sitting at 7,000, nearly 7,200. And Lisa's nearly sitting at 5,000. So I guess it's not quite as much, but it's a huge gold lead. But across the board, the rest of the lanes are ahead for Peace. So they're catching up to do with the Chiefs.
And it's probably been, and this isn't saying that they've played poorly this game, but this is probably Peace's worst laning phase of playoffs so far. It's just because they're not ahead in lane from 2 to 3k. The Chiefs have done a very good job to plug the holes that were evident last game. Now it's about whether or not they can stabilize this mid game and transition into, you know, a lead somewhere else. Because whilst the lead is all well and good on your jungler, you need to start kind of distributing that, right? You know, it needs to be onto Mboma, it needs to go onto Kisei. So potentially we'll see a fight for this next dragon, because it is going to be the third one, and you know, soul point this early into the game is not something that you want to give away.
1 minute. Enough time for the Chiefs to take Rift Herald. That'll be a nice pickup this early in the piece, and just before Dragon. Hopefully can draw a bit of attention away. Yeah, those Qs are doing a little bit of damage. Essence Reaver completed already for Mboma, so starting to come online.
All summoner spells are up too, so we have to take stock of like who do summoner spells benefit the most, right? In the sense that which team can function without them and which team can't. Because if I think double AD carry composition, their summoner spells are more important than the side of like Chiefs. Ari has, you know, the mobility of the dashes. If the bowling ball hits, then that person's going to sleep. So, it's a flash engage.
Yeah, Aladoric does get the headbutt pulled through, but Dragku again with a Magnet Storm that is so good. And Kisei pumping that damage through. Swaith dropped early, did use the Zonya, but that is overall well worth for the Chiefs.
And that was a fight started from Peace. You know, that was the disengage coming out of Chiefs, but their champions, Dragku, on the back end there, landing onto Lucian. I think Lucian did no relevant damage in that team fight just because of the storm that was generated by Dragku. So now they're able to pick up a dragon. Again, they're able to disperse some of that gold lead now onto, you know, onto Mboma, onto Kisei. And that is like the absolute best case scenario. Sure, there is a big bounty that goes across to the side of Peace, but it is not a bounty that is worth more than what they've picked up on the side of the map for the side of Chiefs. So
okay, but
if you're
what if I told you that bounty went on to Violet?
Yeah, then it's hard because it's
500
nameplate then. Yeah, we're talking about a nameplate then, right? Because look at this engage from Dragku there. Completely nullifies the Lucian. Kisei, Swaith does enough to deny Violet any access into this team fight as well. And Violet's probably happy. He's like, I've got the bounty, guys. You know, 3 of you died for my bounty. We'll take that. And that's just purely based off nameplate. It doesn't make sense. Like, there's no world in which that makes sense. But when you consider how good Violet's been all year, you have to start to think, maybe a 3-for-1 was worth it with a 1,000 gold kill there, or whatever it was, 800, 900 gold kill there. So Violet all of a sudden has 2 items, has a significant CS lead, and he's in prime position to carry this game. So, yeah. Interesting.
It's not going to be an easy one for him. Swaith looking for a little bit more. Does actually opt to throw in the Lullaby, but Aladoric is going to be fine. Has Unbreakable Will to cleanse that away. So not the longest of cooldowns on the Lullaby. 65 seconds. So by now it's actually already 25% of the way back. I don't mind that from Swaith. Looking to make things happen.
Yeah, I mean, why not? And Kisei's done a pretty good job stabilizing as well. You'd have to say with those 6 assists, he'd be begging and praying that he picks up a kill sometime soon, because he could be in such a good position if you just converted some of those. Not even convert half, just give him 2.
Well, the Lullaby nearly back. So Swaith is going to start looking for some engages again soon. 11 seconds on that one. Peace also sticking around in the jungle, but there's a TP behind. This could be interesting. Dragku will charge forward, tries to catch Halo. So does Liv. The stun actually goes on to Aladoric, which is going to be comboed with a charm. Aladoric's dead. Great work. Chiefs have pulled a pick from nothing.
They pulled a pick, but I'm going to play devil's advocate, and was it worth it? Because they burnt the TP. They're starting up the Baron, so they will force Appy's TP here. So we'll have to see how this one plays out. Results-based analysis, that's the business I'm in.
I feel like it's a bit of a bait, isn't it? You know, they feel like, okay, we've used TP, we got the pick, we need to get something more from it, let's do Baron. But perhaps a wise decision to back away here. Peace will shove that mid-wave in. They won't be able to get the tower, though. Or maybe they will. Swaith is hanging around here too, isn't he? He's looking for some seedlings, but that one won't connect, and he doesn't have flash. I think that's the problem for Chiefs. So no reliable engage.
But, and that's what I was talking about. Like, take stock of, was that worth for the Chiefs? They burnt teleport. They picked up a kill. They started the Baron, and what they lost was a turret. So that play in itself probably wasn't worth it. You know, obviously they were hoping that they could start the Baron, maybe pick up the Baron buff with that kill. But the disengage in itself from Peace was very good. And they're ultimately happy with that trade, because they also got bot wave to crash. So if we look at bot wave now, the Renekton's being starved of farm. That's going to keep pushing towards Appy. So he doesn't even meet that wave there, right? All he can do is just deny farm, let that one keep pushing towards him, and then and Peace is just going to generate a small gold lead from it. So Peace coming out on top, I would say. In that instance,
having a good time here, just shoving the top wave in. Should be able to pick that tower up shortly. It is interesting, isn't it, that Chiefs are up 3 kills, but the gold lead doesn't feel too substantial. A couple of dragons and an extra turret as well for Peace. The objective game has been favouring Peace, although there is one more turret, one that Kisei took in top. Equalizes it at 3 apiece. This next dragon fight is going to be a big one in 35 seconds or so.
Will Peace contest though? Because they're probably happy with game state. You know, they probably feel like no one's going to beat them in a late game team fight, especially with the Ornn, with the double 80 carry composition, who's only going to get stronger. So, you know, maybe they're just happy with letting Chiefs pick up another dragon. Not going to mean too much in the context of the game. And once they get the ornaments through onto the Kai'Sa, that's when they'll opt in for the fight. I think that was a fat finger. Yeah. He wouldn't have popped it for the Zhonya's. I mean, popped it for the spear, rather.
Well, you wouldn't think so, unless it was... I don't know, maybe he felt he was in more of a threat than he really was.
Yeah. I mean,
see the spear fly over the wall, you think, oh, if I take this, Italy comes over the wall, who knows what else is there?
Probably no big deal. I mean, unless he's punished for it in the next, 1 minute, 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Not a big deal, just a questionable. Ahri's gone in with the ultimate.
It looks like it's going to work out nicely. Kisei gets the solo kill on Halo, who's scratching his head.
Yep. Bit of a head scratcher. Yeah, I think just the key word is discipline, because you're auto-attacking a tier 2 turret top side of the map. Now, generally teams don't give that for free. You don't get that luxury for free. And now, all of a sudden, Halo has no teleport, and it's going to be a 4v5 at this Baron buff. Spears landing so far, though.
No Spirit Rush for Kisei, though. So the chase potential could be mitigated in some aspects. Really
Baron
feels like
damage.
Chiefs are looking for an engage here, not the Baron. They won't get it. Peace are doing enough damage with their poke.
Too much poke and not enough stats on the side of Chiefs. They don't have like an out-and-out tank to really tank that Baron. So the spit damage, the AoE is just a little bit too much. Like Liv took a spear as well, so it's not a composition where the 4v5 Baron angle is a possibility, especially when your turn is just Dragku. Like Dragku has the flash, or have flash to be able to turn. Even then, he can just get headbutted away and you're engaged, you're left in no man's land. And top lane is, or people just getting caught in a side, wait. Oh, they didn't want it.
Let him go. I mean, they didn't have the info as to what was going on in the rest of the lane.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a blind map, right? And that's what happens when you die. That's what happens when you get picked in the side lane. You lose tempo and you lose the ability to make plays like that. You lose the ability to come out of base and be confident and do what Aladoric does, right? You know, pull the engages. So Chiefs are in a very good position. I think we can't, we can't state that enough, how good of a position the Chiefs are in right now. In terms of composition, in terms of relative strength, in terms of itemization, they're in a position to really take over the game in the next team fight. And they almost have to play the game the same way that Peace played out last game, right? They are the ones that need to set up in River, deny vision, and then pull the trigger. Because if you let the Ornn Horn come through, the Alistar follow up as secondary, or switch those two around, then it's going to be very hard for Chiefs to win a front-to-back team fight. So I do want to see them start setting up on Baron and objectives like this. You know, Peace are playing on the wrong side of the map right now. But if Chiefs have enough confidence, they could pull the trigger on this Baron, or at least this mid-wave.
I just don't think they do it fast enough.
Yeah, you definitely don't, but they're not doing it to finish, right? They're doing it to bring someone in to face check, because Ahri doesn't need to be hitting the Baron. Ahri can be the one that sits in this dot push here.
Yeah,
so if Ahri is sitting in dot push, anyone who face checks, like Aladoric's basing, he's in base. That should be gone, because Kisei should be able to deny Nidalee entry to the pit. All he should do is go over the wall, one-shot Lisa.
Well, we're going to find out if he can. It's not the one shot, but the smite goes the way of Swait. And Chiefs are very happy with that. They get the sleep onto Appy as well, and you can bet your bottom dollar that he won't be lasting too much longer either.
He's dead.
Forces the flash through, but then Boma chucks a Mystic Shot over the wall, says thanks very much for another packet of gold. And in the meanwhile, Lived is happily sitting in the bot lane, farming up some creeps. Might have stuck around a bit too long, but I don't know that Halo's going to be able to finish him off here unless Aladoric would have walked behind that turret, but the recall was already in from Chiefs. So overall, very nice passage of play from Chiefs.
Yeah, it's
except
good use
for Lived walking up now, which is going to look a little bit awkward, but he does get out with a flash.
It's
And
a
it
bait.
might have even been a bait. Dragku dives on top of Aladoric and Alistar with no flash. There is no getting out of that. So, I don't know, you tell me, Jubes. That was a bit weird, but Chiefs are happy.
It's the classic case of we thought Lived was in Peace's playground when all along they were coming into Liv's playground, that bot side of the map there.
Sure. I'll go with that.
Yeah, that's what it was. Anyway, the Chiefs have just really put their foot on the game and said, you know what, we're going to execute our composition and we're not going to let you play yours. You know, they set up... Ooh. Damn, the Ezreal is all kinds of thick right now.
Oh, well, he's 3-1-5, isn't he?
Yeah.
So we talked about all those kills going over to Swathe early game. He was 5-0-0. Now he's 5-1-6. He's just been getting assists. Kills have been funneled over to the mid lane, funneled over to the AD carry, and it's looking fantastic for the Chiefs. Appy fires an ultimate through, but it's really not going to work out too kindly for Peace. Chiefs are just turning all of these fights on their head, and I don't think Peace has the opportunity really to chase them, you know? Think about what you're running into. You're running into an Ahri, you're running into an Ezreal, and there's going to be so much damage just chucked back in your face every single time you try to find and engage. Not to mention, Chiefs have got Baron as well. 14-6, I mean, is there even a world now where Peace can come back into this game?
Look, when you have the composition that they have, and when you have the Alistar, the Ornn, there's always the possibility that you land like the big wombo combo. However, it's no longer Peace's game to win, right? Because if Chiefs just, deploy correctly, get to objectives early, deny vision, then there's ultimately no one on the side of the Peace that can face check, because even Appy at the moment is melting, right? Even he's falling down quickly. Yeah. So if your tank is falling down fast, level 17 Ahri, 2-level lead, your jungler is the same level as their solo laner, then you're running into some serious problem. And that Ezreal ulti alone is putting the Halo to half health basically.
I was through a couple of creeps as well,
yeah,
so
yeah,
could be even worse.
Definitely, and this Baron buff is timing out now, just timed out. So probably a little bit of a respite for Chiefs.
Kisei, he looks like he's got something ready to go. Everfrost into Charm, and that is Appy getting locked up. You talked about it. He melts, and it's kind of like butter. We heard Jungle Man talking about that earlier on. And that's going to be the end of Appy in this instance. Aladoric's put to sleep. Doesn't have Unbreakable Will ready this time. And so that'll be Chiefs taking an inhibitor turret and inhibitor. And they can maybe even start to threaten to end the game here because they've got a wave.
Yeah, is the wave big enough though? Because it gets culling. Yeah. It's potentially just a reset. Or will they go for it?
Oh, there's another wave. Yeah. The True Shot Barrage doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but Chiefs are certainly feeling confident right now. 15 seconds on the respawn, and Peace don't look like they can even contest this at all. Liv charges forward, and Boma's doing all the damage. And at the end of the day, the Chiefs win game 2.
Yeah, it was just quick. I feel like we were talking about the next Baron being taken, and all of a sudden, the Chiefs just decide to end that one. Confident shot calling, confident decision making, and we see what a team they look like when Swathe and Kisei are the ones that get ahead, right? Dragku did what they said they needed to do. They stabilized bot lane. Violet, Aladoric didn't get ahead, and almost like a perfect to the script. If they don't get ahead, they're not able to close the game out, not able to win that, and that's exactly what we saw there. So Chiefs 1-1, momentum.
You got to say, Chiefs looked pretty damn good in that game, didn't they?
They did.
I wonder. One apiece right now. Swathe gets off to a good start. Kisei's on the Ahri, looking comfortable, and Boma's feeling good on the Ezreal. Seems to want to continue to pick that one up. Can the miracle run, can the Cinderella story continue for the Chiefs? Kuden sort of referred to them as the Cinderellas in this playoffs run, and Mac, he's a big fan of fairy tales. Ooh, what do you reckon?
Shrek was a great one. Now, that game, very interesting. I thought it was like Peace was so comfortable knowing they were a game up that they just made a few mistakes here and there. And Chiefs, you can't take them lightly. They were happy just to capitalize off the back of a lot of said mistakes as well. So everything just going away, or their way, I guess. And as you mentioned, great calling towards the end, going, hang on, we've got enough of a power spike. We've got a little wave here. Let's just see what we can do. And it was a game. That was it.
Yeah. I mean, the big difference in this game was that Peace didn't get ahead from lane. And it really felt like they, in this game in particular, they struggle when they're not ahead because they play the same way. There's no like difference in playstyle. There's no off button for Peace in these games. They're going to keep going and ramming head until they win or until they lose quickly, right? And that's exactly how this game felt. And Chiefs never gave up. They never, took their foot off the accelerator when they got the lead. Like, the sequence before ending the game, I think we're probably going to see it in this next replay. Here, they just straight ran into the jungle, and Peace aren't a team to back off. They weren't a team to say no.
Yeah.
They're still trying to fight it at a deficit, and Chiefs know they're just too good with a lead. Kisei in particular on this Ahri to let you have your jungle when you're this far behind.
Yeah, something else I want to point out as well is, you said Alistair had an 11% win rate. That's now gotten even worse again. Another Alistair pick and another game lost. Maybe it's a curse.
It's a troll pick, really, at this point, isn't it? It's a troll pick. You just can't pick Alistair. It seems like it's cursed in playoffs. I can't believe it. He's been one of the stronger supports this season, but no wonder champions like Rel have got such a good win rate because it's always the Rel and the Alistair, but it seems like Rel's always on the winning side. So
it was.
I don't know, man. What's going on there?
I love that Nocturne ban keeps on coming through because they don't want to allow Kisei the chance to play around with it because they've seen what he can do with it. And I'm hoping that might change up, going into the next draft as well because we're back to best of 3 territory is one apiece and it's pretty much anyone's game at this point.
Yep. Yeah, 100%. And I think Peace can make the biggest adaptations. I don't think Chiefs can. Chiefs have shown their hand in these particular games with these drafts. However, Peace can make the real adjustments. They can take away the Lilia again. They can take away the Ahri. They can force something else because Chiefs just look too comfortable on those champs.
And let's see if they continue to look more comfortable or, well, they're going to have some time to at least kick their feet back because time for another break before we get into Game 3 of the series. Let's see if one team is going to run away with it. Let's see if Peace can maybe live up to the name or if the Chiefs can continue this lower bracket run. See you after this.
Flash engage.
Yeah, Aladori does get the headbutt pulled through, but Dragku again with a Magnet Storm that is so good. And Kisei pumping that damage through. Swaith dropped early, did use the Zonya, but that...
A bit of a respite for Chiefs.
Kisei, he looks like he's got something ready to go. Everfrost into Charm, and that is Happy getting locked up. You talked about him. He melts, and it's kind of like butter. You heard Jungle Man talking about that earlier on. That's going to be the end of Happy in this instance. Alador is put to sleep.
I ain't worried. Stay with me in this altered state. We all blurry, and I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. This altered state. Don't matter when we gonna wait. Stay with me in this altered state. And I don't wanna wait. I don't wanna wait. Can you hear it louder now? Trying hard to knock us down. Noise is getting louder now. We're fighting this, but nothing gonna take us out. We're fighting this. He takes me down, down deeper, deeper than I've ever been before. I'm getting lost in this vapor. Before I know it, I'm the bullet till it's gone. See, we're on the run here, steer clear, keep me going. He'll be giving all the fuel I need. There'll be no hesitation. hesitation, ain't taking no persuading, heading to the one where he discovers me. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run, won't you steal me away? On the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, won't you steal me away? He brings me around, he stays focused. Without him, I surely fall apart. Now I'm crying loud, he's behind me. I won't be taken down without a fight. See, we're on the run here, steer clear, keep me going. He'll be giving all the fuel I need. There'll be no hesitation, ain't taking no persuading, heading to the round where he discovers me. We're on the run, on the run, on the run here. We're on the run, on the run.
Game 3 on the horizon. It's going to be a damn good time. And look, not only us streaming the games here at the LCO, we actually have had a few co-streamers who have been, I guess, streaming the games as well. And look, one of these co-streamers we managed to have a quick chat to. So, for you guys at home, I present to you the beautiful, the wonderful, the amazing Kitty.
Hello everyone, I am Kitty. I am a Twitch streamer and I sometimes co-stream the LCO. I'm a Challenger League of Legends player and I main support, but in specifics, I main champions like Seraphine, Janna, Lulu, just the very cute champions, which I like. I've been Challenger for 3 years. I've consistently hit Challenger 4 years. So everyone's asked me why I haven't gone pro yet. And the reason I always give to everyone is I don't think the pro lifestyle fits me. Obviously going pro is everyone's dream when you're that good at a game, but I rather just stick to content creating. I'm just a casual League of Legends gamer. I don't really do casting, but because of this co-streaming opportunity, I was able to just pretend that I was a caster myself, which has kind of been a dream of mine. It's been in the back of my head. Through co-streaming the LCO, I actually learnt that I have a passion for the game. I think the LCO production is 10 times better than what we had in the previous years. I don't know if that's shade, but I think OC deserves this type of production value, and yeah, I'm very impressed of how LCO is being presented. My favorite team and who I stan is the Chiefs, Kisei. He's mechanics max in every single game. I think he has a lot of potential to grow into. We all know that Nkosio is a two-trick. He's a Katarina main. He's a Yone main. He only plays flashy champions that get up in your face, right? So Kisei was like, I'm gonna end his career by picking Nocturne. So Kisei went 110. No shade, but facts.
A huge margin. He's got level 6. He's invisible. So hard now for Nkosio to try and disengage from this one. He flashes, but it's just too little too late. The fear goes off. Nocturne connects.
The most interesting pick was by Dials, and Cupcake picked Tarek. Tarek hasn't been picked since Sona Tarek meta, so I was very shocked to see a Tarek pick. It worked out. Well, fine, so they won. So shout out to Glean. I think your memes are amazing on Twitter. Keep going at it, you meme machine. I want to thank all the fans for even joining in on the co-stream. Thank you for supporting my region and the pro league in my region. Giving LCO your love and support has meant a lot. This one's for you, Mac. Will we be seeing the legendary pineapple t-shirt making a return into the LCO stream? Please, it was so pretty and everyone loved it. I need to see it again.
Just for you, Kitty. Look, we've gone and made the wardrobe change, and we're here and back for game number 3. But it was nice to hear from Kitty, and I'll bring the boys back in as well. Any thoughts on the video before we get back into the meat and potatoes?
I just want to know if we can rustle up a few more pineapple shirts that we can all wear for finals. I
Well,
know
I've got
that's not too far away, Mac, but surely you can make something happen.
I got a blue one. You know, I can bring that in. And then I actually went shopping the other day and I almost found a black one. If you have a look here, I actually have the same pants, but in black.
Oh
so
my
if I could
goodness.
maybe find a third one, then we could have a whole desk worth of pineapple shirts, and then
That's
look,
what I want.
we're all completely aligned.
Yeah,
How
let's
do
it.
you find stuff to wear for normal occasions?
Oh, good question. I rely heavily on my girlfriend to dress me, because otherwise I just end up in this all the time, honestly. Just having a bit of fun. Anyway, speaking of fun, tell you what's fun. Games. LCO. Chiefs. Peace. That's pretty fun as well. Game 3 coming up very shortly. Now, before we jump into the Champ Select, do you expect to see maybe a change-up again? And what would you expect that change-up to be, Juice?
Oh, firstly, I don't think Halo's strong point is playing, you know, AD carries mid lane in particular. So I think we'll see him pivot back to your traditional like control mages where he's had some absolute blinders like the Syndra, Orianna, Victor, those types of champs. Then I think that you need to get Kisei off the playmakers. You know, when he's on the control mages and he's matching you in those matchups, he's not like he's not known for like the way he plays the map, right? He's more known for his mechanical outplays, his roams and things of that nature. So I think there's a few pivots, a few things that teams can do in pick ban to make their life a little bit easier on both sides. If they can force Halo onto 80 carries and volatile matchups, they're happy. And if they can force Kisei in particular onto just like 10 CS per minute mid laners, then Peace are going to be very happy.
Well, let's see if it's time for any of these things to happen. Let's see if Jubes has foretold the prophecy of the draft change. It's time for Champ Select.
Time for Champ Select for game number 3. Things are heating up between Peace and the Chiefs. 1 apiece right now, for lack of a better word. And I'm looking for the Ahri. I'm not seeing it on the ban list. I'm not seeing it getting picked yet for Chiefs either, but it's a possibility, that's for sure. Rakan's definitely gone. Hecarim was also available. That's a big, big pickup for Lisa.
Yeah, that's huge because the trade is going to be what? It's going to be Udyr. Like that's the trade you have to do, and even then I think Hecarim's in a better spot than Udyr is at the moment. However, Ahri blind, I don't know how I feel, because in theory, like you should be able to get punished. Like have something here where the Ahri gets punished. And then at that point, you're going to be wishing you're not playing the Ahri. But again, maybe Kisei's come off to not get punished. So it's a game of like, it's almost like an ego check blind pick, right? And it's Halo opting in for the Zillion, so the Zillion Hecarim combo.
How about the fact that Peace have actually picked Ezreal as well?
Oh, true.
I mean, you know, you kind of gloss over that because you just assume that it's going to be Mboma, but then you look and it's actually for Peace. Violet hasn't played Ezreal at all this season. So they're taking it away from Mboma. I can only imagine that's the only reason. The only reason would be to take it away from Mboma, surely.
I'll tell you right now, every AD carry in the Oceanic region mained Ezreal or started playing Ezreal. So whether or not
I feel like
Violet
every
can play,
ADC ever did.
well, everyone that's good, I should say. If you're not good, then it's because you never played Ezreal. However, it is like the staple. Like every role has a staple champ, and Ezreal's kind of been the staple for a very long time. But Mboma now gets the Kai'Sa matchup. Like he gets a Kai'Sa matchup in which he can't particularly be punished in. So he's able to bridge the gap, because I think, you know, if we're being critical of Mboma, it's been his laning phase at times with the Kai'Sa. Now potentially they've just like juggled it so that he's able to get away with the Kai'Sa pick. So I think Chiefs right now are in a pretty decent position, but they have given away the Hecarim Zillion, which I'm quite scared about. But again, if you're going to play like Devil's Advocate, Peace haven't looked the best, even with this combination. If you remember back to when they versed Order, they actually lost that game in the regular season. And then they did bring it back and win a game with this Zillion Hecarim combination. So it is like 1-1, if you like, but they haven't been the cleanest games.
Karma ban goes through from the Chiefs as well, not something that you see all that often, obviously in response to the fact that there's a Hecarim on the field. But do you even want to double up? You know, do you want to take Zillion and Karma in the same composition?
It's probably overkill. You lack a front line at that point, right? Because whilst you have the revive with the Zillion, Hecarim isn't like your champ that can just solo dive backline. Like, you need something else. Whether it's like an Ornhorn, whether it's an Alistar, it's got to be something else following up or initiating, and Hecarim can be secondary. So yeah, you don't want it to be that hover.
Which
he
is
literally
funny.
said,
yeah.
What did he say?
He said something like, anytime I have a Braum support on my team, I just don't want to play the game.
Yes.
Paraphrased, but it was
Yes.
more or less that.
No, I think he actually said that. He doesn't want to play the game if they lock in Braum. And so now, there's been a Braum lock-in. Now, traditionally, historically, when Braum's been good, when Braum's been meta, it's when there's a melee range support that is versing. So in this scenario, Rel, to engage, has to go forward. And Braum is very good at disengaging that forward. Then you get the Braum stun off the passive proc, and then the support is left in no man's land. So it does make sense being able to disengage, you know, what Ahri brings to the table, what Rel brings to the table. However, Violet has made it very clear he doesn't want to play the game with that champion. So it's going to be very interesting to see how this lane plays out.
Yeah, well, Aladoric getting pushed off the Rakan after one good game on that champion, and all of a sudden pulls out the Braum, which we've only seen once actually so far in playoffs, and it did manage to pick up a win if I remember correctly. So maybe there's a precedent being set there. That was by decoy though, so definitely something that is new for Aladoric, at least here in playoffs. I don't think we've seen him play it in the regular season either from memory, but I don't know. I mean, I look at the composition again here for the Chiefs, and I don't really mind it too much. You've got Kisei on the Ahri. I thought he had a lot of impact there. Lived back onto Renekton might be a ballsy choice, or maybe he feels like he's got something to prove after having a bit of a rougher game in the previous one. But Mboma gets Kai'Sa. We saw what he could do on that yesterday. Dragku still maintaining the Rel. He's played 3 games of Rel so far today, 2 games of Rel yesterday. He's actually played 5 games of Rel in a row. You know, so he's really loving that champion, and I almost feel like, okay, at some point the Chiefs are going to get something they want. You know what I mean? Like, there's so many things. Peace can't ban away all of it, and it seems like Rel is the one that this time has slipped through. But I want to point out the fact that it sort of feels like a couple of things maybe has slipped through for Peace as well. Importantly, the Hecarim. We haven't seen a whole lot of the Hecarim at all in playoffs, and Lisa's been able to pick it up here for this game. So you've got the Hecarim Zilean combo, and so Peace feel like they've got a pretty good composition coming through here as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, Peace for me have more like quote-unquote S-tier champions, right? Like, they have Hecarim and they have Na, which are like probably 2 S-tier champions. And then Zilean has popped, you know, popped his head into the meta, I guess, when paired with the Hecarim. So you have to consider that combination, like, you know, of a S-tier descent. And then, you know, Ezreal's pretty strong in the meta at the moment, and, you know, Braum, they're probably just picking that more or less to block the charms, but also for the lane that goes into the Kai'Sa, into the Rel. So I think Peace have put together a really good composition, especially because, you know, if we just consider in terms of how laning phase has played out for top side of the map, then you'd have to say that Appy's got this one in the bag. Like, you know, based off last game, you wouldn't have too much confidence on Lived Renekton, and I think that's a fair one to say, right, with how it's played out. So, Chiefs are going to have to do, again, another job of not falling behind, particularly in the early game. But with the Sejuani being picked up from Swathe, I do think we're going to see an absolute tent put up in the top side of the map, because Sejuani passive with the Renekton is going to fare very well.
Already Appy getting forced back to base. Kisei's in a bad spot. The Braum stun. Passive not quite there, but now it's Aladoric that's in trouble. What is going on in this early game? A flash force from Braum and Dragku.
Yeah, I mean, who needs to flash more, I guess?
Well, okay, here's the thing. Dragku has Hex Flash. Aladoric doesn't.
Yeah, but the Hex Flash can only go one way, right? You can't Hex Flash to disengage. It's Hex Flash to engage and nothing else. Now, I don't necessarily know if Dragku's going to want to use that in lane, particularly because the Braum passive is very underrated in laning phase. Braum's a champ where you don't really have much kill threat until the enemy tries to kill you. Does that make sense? So, like, whenever Dragku looks for the all-in, if Dragku ever looks for it, he's going to run the risk of being the one that falls down. Just because Ezreal's going to be able to Arcane Shift away, create distance, they're going to be able to get the Braum passive stacks up, and then Dragku's just caught in no man's land. And so far, Violet's doing a very good job weaving these Ezreal Qs, and this is the difference between, like, a good Ezreal and an Ezreal. You know, you can win lane on Ezreal. But it all comes down to how you manipulate the wave, because you can pull minions, right? You can pull minions to a favorable side of the lane so that it makes it easier to land your skill shots. And we're already seeing that come through from Violet and Aladoric.
Yeah, wave does just slow down right in front of the tower, which means it's not going to be in a particularly enjoyable spot for the Chiefs here. Yeah, Braum's an interesting one, isn't he? Always feels like he doesn't have a lot of agency in the lane phase until you're the one doing the counter-engaging, and then he feels really, really nice to play.
Unless you pair Braum with a go-forward 80 carry. In this instance, Ezreal's not arcane shifting forward. However, what you'll see Braum's do in lanes is like they'll posture like they're not doing anything, right? In this case, imagine, you see that? Oh, we've pivoted away. I was going to give a good analogy, or example, but we've been taken away from the bot side. It's too late now. Ship sailed. Example gone. Ooh, Boma's just eating skill shots here.
Yeah, he really is. There's another chunk of damage coming through. Nicely blocked by the door. So that's one of the things you can do with the Braum. Keep your ADC safe.
They were trying to, what they're trying to do there, why Ezreal's playing so aggressive, is because they're trying to get the wave, or sorry, the Kai'Sa. They're trying to get the wave into tower, and they're trying to get the wave bounced. Might be a double crab angle here for Sejuani. Halo has no mana, and you don't want to be the one getting double crab on as the Hecarim in the Sejuani matchup, right? So Lisa's matching this, but I don't think he has enough mana, really.
Lisa standing on that ward, and Swaith knew he was just trying to fake it out and see if he could pull something in there. There's the double crab, as you say.
Yeah, double crab's huge, especially in this game. Yeah, Appy's not low enough to be dove on top side of the map, plus Lisa is hovering. So far, though, Swaith doing a very good job in not only tracking Lisa, but also getting himself a little advantage.
Lived also has a bit of an advantage up in the top lane. If you remember, right at level 1, there was a bit of a stoush in the top lane, which forced Appy to base early. So Lived actually got prio from that first wave. He had a 3 CS advantage by the time that Appy got into lane. So presumably he's just been using that to continue to give himself advantages. We've gone through this game. It's looking okay this time for Lived. First dragon does spawn. It's going to be a Cloud Drake, which means we don't get the Cloud Soul this game, but Lived continues to bully Appy a little bit. Might have stuck around a little too long, has he, inside of the creep wave. Who takes it away? Lived is 1 HP. Appy also just going to get out of there by the skin of his teeth. And here comes Lisa. Ghost online. Oh, there's no surviving this. There's just nothing you can do as Lived.
Yeah, I mean, like, I'm just trying to figure out how to word this. It's just suspect laning phase. It's suspect because, like, Lived shouldn't be in a position where he's that low under tower as a Renekton into Nah, right? And Appy's the one who face checked. And I really feel like Lived is not doing his best work on this Renekton so far, and Appy really has his number in top side of the map.
Does still result in a small advantage going over to Chiefs. They pick up the dragon.
Yeah, I would say it's more of a consolation prize than it is an advantage, right? Because Renekton, again, like, yeah, he won last game, but you take top lane out of the equation. He's just given like a lead to a Hecarim, and Hecarim is like the sole, you know, the vocal point of this composition. Like, the only reason that they have a Zillion is for the Hecarim. And if the Hecarim's able to get ahead and generate a lead, then all of a sudden, like, the piece composition is well and truly online. And you look at Hecarim's first base.
It's actually quite difficult for someone like Mboma to deal with the Hecarim as well, you know, low mobility ADC outside of that ultimate. So if he gets dove upon, there isn't that much recourse unless you've got flash available. You know, maybe Ezreal would have been preferential here. A bit harder to just blow him up. But we'll see how things pan out.
That's a triple crab. Bloody triple crab angle. Maybe in a red buff still, coming at a young Swaith.
This would be quite nice for him. Has he spotted Lisa? Don't know that he has.
Level 6.
Might have, just around the corner. As you say, he has hit level 6, but he'll be more interested in finishing the Raptors off. I guess the vision probably wasn't there. Aladoric perhaps under a bit of pressure right now, but you can't put all that damage into Braum when Ezreal's standing right next to you. Man, it's happening all over the map right now. Swake with the lockdown, and that kill will be donated over to Kisei. That is a freebie, but it's great news for Chiefs. Get the kill onto Kisei, who's on Ari again. Big impact to come here, I'd say, from Chiefs.
I'll tell you what, Swaith in the last 2 games has had an unbelievable start, right? Game 1, bit of a hiccup, but game 2, Lilia had a blinder, bridged the early game, was able to really carry the team on the back for a majority of the early game. And now all of a sudden, against the Hecarim, he's had a tempo lead, EXP advantage, and he's also found Kisei a kill in the mid lane. And there's one champion in this comp that can really shut down Peace, it is this Ari. Going to be able to swing both sides of the map, generate pressure through roams, and yeah, there's a Zillion that's there for a revive, but he's going to be second to the play every single time. So far, so good for the Chiefs.
Don't mind what we're seeing. No Rift Herald just yet from either side. Good vision
Not
in
yet.
the river for Chiefs as well.
But there is this feels like it's becoming like the Peace special. Every time at 8 minutes to 9 minutes, Aladoric cheats a base, runs straight towards the Herald, and it is something that they're going to be able to pick up. Now, you know, the one kind of a downfall of the kill in the mid lane was they have no ultimates and they can't fight now. Swaith can't fight without the Glacial Prison, Ari can't fight without the Spirit Rush, so they are going to have to give that Herald away, and that is some good money in the bank, or a deposit for later, if you will, for Lisa.
Could prove pretty influential in the next minute and a half. And speaking of, in the next minute and a half, the Dragon is going to be spawning, so we'll see how those are combined. Now, ultimate from Appy in top, just to find a bit of prio there. Puts Liv down below half.
Yeah, and this is what we don't like seeing, right? Like, when you pick a Renekton, you're not picking it to lose lane and to sit on the turret, to lose turret plates, to get bullied. Like, you need to do the bullying on Renekton, otherwise, why are you picking that champ? So Appy so far in this series, I think in terms of isolation, is having an absolute, like, you know, stellar series. It's when he's coming to the group, or when the Chiefs are bringing engage.
Drag who can jump back out, and Swaith is hanging around, but this fight doesn't look good for the Chiefs. Dragku drops early, Rez comes through from Halo, so Lisa's going to be fine, and Kisei just a bit late to the party.
Very good TP from Halo. I mean, that's a very big heads-up play, and seeing the power of the Hecarim Zillion there. And now keep in mind, he's got the Herald. So he's just dropping that for plates purely. I mean, that's how much these guys like Violet, and how much they know if he gets some gold and some resources in his pocket, he's going to carry. Picks up the turret plates as well. Isn't a tower that falls down, but it's enough to get him a cheeky reset, to get him some decent gold in the bank.
Should be back in time for the Dragon as well. Swaith still looking to bully Lisa in the jungle here.
Keep in mind that Halo has no ultimate. They do have no ults. It's basically when they're just trading ults and then giving priority in that case, right? Because Kisei and Swaith are the ones with the ultimates now, or Kisei at the very least, and they're going to find the window to do this Dragon, because Hecarim and Zillion, with no ultimate, they're not really, you know, champs. And we'll just see Kisei play goalkeeper here, almost 1v2, just because Hecarim can't find access.
Yeah. No Glacial Fissure for Aladoric either, so a few big ones missing for Peace in that.
And look at this.
Engagement. I'm looking.
And I mean, 2 turret hits doesn't look too pretty when we pan towards top side of the map, but it's got a CS lead, it's got a turret plate lead. It's not going to get better. Again, I feel like I'm on repeat, and you know, even though they won the last game with the Renekton that was at a deficit, you have to say, Appy is just
two.
Oh,
can he get out?
He can't
doesn't
get out.
have flash.
No.
He doesn't have ulti. So Lisa's dead. Who's it going to go to? That's the question. Swaith takes it.
You have, not a criticism, but as a jungler, I think you got to have the control to give that one away.
Yeah.
Like Kisei's burnt the ultimate to get that kill, right? And yeah, even if the Hecarim ults away there, he's going to die mid-ult animation. You know the Zillion's nowhere to be seen. It is really just a free kill that could have gone over towards your Ahri, and you know he's picked up the Everfrost, but potentially could have had boots too. So maybe a little bit of a kill that goes begging there. You don't really need those resources on the Sejuani. I mean, he's up 30 CS as well as is.
That's annoying.
Yeah, it is. That's you don't like to see that.
Trying to go for a reset, and then you get cancelled, and your wave gets shoved in the tower. It's unfortunate. But Kisei's here.
Yeah. But no ultimate. No threat.
Has to be careful. Has used Charm now as well. They could actually turn this. Flash from Kisei keeps him safe past the Glacial Fissure, but I like that from Peace, you know, putting that pressure onto Kisei. As soon as you see that he's used that Charm, you know he doesn't have Spirit Rush. You think, okay, there's kill potential.
Do you reckon there's a preemptive flash though? Maybe like the Everfrost could have locked Aladoric under turret, used the Q. Potentially not enough damage to kill him just yet, but...
Heals online for Violet, so hard to say. But Swaith is in the top lane, and Appy is not too happy to see that. Well, I mean, there was lead starting to grow for Appy, but Swaith just walks up there and sort of pegs it back a little bit.
That's what I thought we'd be seeing more of. Swaith in the top side of the map with the Renekton, utilizing the Sejuani passive. But, you know, that's the first time I think we've seen him on that side of the map, and he really does bail Lived out, right? That lane was becoming quite unbearable. You know, he was chipping away at Liv's health bar, chipping away at Liv's turret. Now he gets some free time in the top side of the map. He's able to take some turret plates of his own. He does manage to pick up 2. Then he's going to be able to pick up a free reset. And, yeah, all of a sudden, happy days. TP, bot side.
Yeah, Halo's following Kisei. You're right. Just doesn't want to lose this wave. Means there's a TP advantage for the Chiefs in mid. Top is even.
Top is even, but next Dragon for me is going to be the pivotal point, but I really do feel like Chiefs as a composition at a point in which this next Dragon fight is really in their favor. You have, you know, the Renekton who relative power spike is going to be really strong with the Stride Breaker. Sejuani, you know, probably going to have that Chem tank built for the next Dragon fight. And, you know, Boma has the Kraken Slayer, Ahri has the Everfrost. So when you look at itemization, you look at the relative strength of champions, this next Dragon, which will put them on Soul Point, is you know, it's in their favor. And, you know, we get a tab of gold there, thank you, observers. Yeah, the Ezreal's up 1400 due to the turret plates, due to the resources that's been put bot side. But, you know, there's leads all across the board for the side of the Chiefs.
Yeah, they're looking solid, aren't they?
Yeah. The gold lead right now... Sorry?
Oh, good, you go.
No, I was just going to say the gold lead right now is just Ezreal. 1k. And, you know, Ezreal... Is he going to stop the base?
Oh, that's so BM. And see, if I'm happy there, I'm getting a bit mad and trying to throw a Nara ulti in as well.
I'm running him down after that. That's it.
Yeah,
I'm going all the way.
For sure.
TP.
Here comes the TP. Who's that from? It's from Kisei. And Draku looks for the flash engage. He's not quite going to hit it this time with the Magnet Storm. Counter engage from Lisa. Onslaught of Shadows was a good one. And Kisei, well, he's going to get out, but Swaith and Draku will not. Yeah. And once again, we get to that mid-game where Chiefs are looking good, and then they just let it slip a little bit.
I mean, that's just as simple as not checking what spellbook summoner Halo has. That's not tab checking, because guarantee you, if they checked, they wouldn't have made that play. Also, Impoma wasn't there. Like, that wasn't even a numbers advantage, even with the teleport, right? Like, that was just a little bit of a lack of discipline, and they were punished for that. And you know, Halo coming up big there with the bait, I would say. You know, opting in for the cleanse, walking up, making himself, you know, looking enticing enough to Sejuani ultimate. Yeah, juicy. This juicy old man.
Juicy old man.
That's what Zillion is, right? He's just an old man.
Yeah. He's got one of the best voice lines in the game, by the way.
What is it?
Time flies like an arrow, fruit flies like a banana. You ever heard that one?
No, is that a thing? Like, is that a...
It is. I don't know if it's a groovy Zillion skin one, because that's the only skin I use when I play him, but that's the voice line that I spam.
Yeah, fair enough.
It's a good one. I rate that.
And Swaith, you hate to see this as a jungler, or just as a fan of League of Legends, it pains me. Just to see someone sitting on that ward. for as long as he was.
He's gotten on pretty quickly. Oh. Halo
does have ult.
might not have wanted to do that. Also has flash available. Never mind, he's still alive. The damage wasn't even there. Everfrost also keeping the Chiefs locked down. You got to remember, Zonya's is also there for Halo, so that was a big bait indeed. Swaith is just about going to get out until that Braum Q lands, and now Onslaught of Shadow puts Lisa under the tower. He's going to go low, but he's going to survive. Haladora certainly will not. Dragku turning this one on its head with the Rel, but again, favourable trades for Peace and Lived. I think he might need to be changing his name because he will not be doing such.
Lived is died. That's what we're going to rephrase and name him now. But Chiefs, again, they're the ones making the play. They're the ones being proactive, and they're just making those plays at a numbers disadvantage. And Kisei might get ran down, has no ultimate there.
Yeah, if he does, Appy could have been in trouble.
But, you know, the good trade that comes out of that top side shenanigan is that Mboma gets solo EXP, solo farm in the mid lane, is able to pick up a turret as well for his troubles. So, whilst it was still a favourable trade for Peace, it was traded back a little from Mboma. Now, the Chiefs are kind of doing the opposite of what we saw last game. You know, they're making plays on their own, they're doing it at a numbers disadvantage, they're not being a cohesive 5-man units, and they are really just getting baited by the Zillion pick from Halo. And the bot lane of Peace too, they're just everywhere right now. Look at that, the assist or the kill participation coming out of the Braum. He's up to 6 kill participation now, and he's been at every single play that Halo and Hecarim have been at. So you have to say Aladoric really is reading the map, really is playing the map, and Chiefs are just 1 or 2 steps behind. With Thorough being picked up now, and just look at the vision control topside.
There's a lot of it. It's kind of keeping Kisei locked up in that top lane as well, which is not really where he wants to be. No real kill threat onto Halo, particularly now that he's started to get some items online. Has got the Zonyas, so push comes to shove, there's that. But the Verdant Barrier as well, pretty important. Lots of magic resist to come through from it. Yeah. As well as the Mercs treads, you know. So Kisei's barely doing anything to Halo at this point, and needs to be careful. A potential dive is lurking. I feel like it's a sense of deja vu, isn't it? Peace had much the same kind of a situation. Kisei in the top lane, trying to clear the wave. Full control of that red side jungle. And the rest of Chiefs sort of nowhere to be seen, although, you know, pushing mid, pushing bot, they are getting things done. And it's just that Kisei's been left up on an island. Peace this time not being able to force too much.
No, and they were able to pick up the turret bot side. So it was just we're just seeing a trade of map, a map split rather. Kisei's just sitting on one side farming with REQs, and they're playing for Lift. They're playing for the Renekton to get that lead, to get that advantage. However, into the composition of Peace, I'm not sure how Renekton can function. Right, like if you get Zillion slowed, Zillion double bombed, you know, Braum tagged, the heck, in all honesty, isn't going to be able to move. So potentially they want to start pivoting and funneling a majority of this gold into Mboma, into Kisei, or at least the pressure of numbers. Because, you know, if a skirmish breaks out, it is winnable for the Chiefs. It does all, you know, swing on the fact that whether or not Halo can get the ultimate off, and picking up the Banshee's Veil is going to pretty much ensure he'll always be able to get that off now.
Yeah. He's just never dying, is he?
No, he shouldn't.
Everfrost, Banshee's Veil, Zonyas, and if worst comes to worst, he's got his own ultimate as well.
But I mean, at this point, like, you would almost rather not ult yourself.
No, of course, but
yeah,
you know, if you have to, maybe.
Yeah. We'll see a fight break out here. I think this is the one, you know, chance that Chiefs do have back into this game, and that's not a great TP.
No, Kisei is going to be the focus if Peace can get there. There's a nice engage though from Dragku, but where's the damage? Where is the damage from Chiefs? It's just absolutely nowhere to be seen. And Boma is still running down, only just now arrives, and is going to start to try and pump some autos through, but it's too little too late. Chiefs, their engages are all over the place right now.
Well, if the TP in itself gets them baited, right? Like, because they have to get Kisei out of there, and potentially that they want to do that without Ari burning the ultimate. If Boma's just been at none of the plays, and like it's probably through no fault of his own, the team is just doing stuff without him. I mean, he even has an ultimate that's half the screen away, and he still can't find access. So something's gone wrong for the side of the Chiefs, and it's just being punished by Peace. You know, now they've got 2 dragons. They've got a pretty significant gold lead. and they've got a draft that does, you know, scale into oblivion.
Here's the gold leads. Pretty even up in the top lane. About 900 to 1,000 in the jungle. Pretty even in mid. Bit over 1,000 in the ADC role, and we'll hold that thought for a moment because Mboma might be about to find his first death of this game. A Zillion bomb on top of Lisa, who now also cannot die. And Mboma is trying desperately to get away. He'll keep himself alive for now. Dragku helping out, Lived helping out, but someone is going down. And Lived with the unforgivable sin of League of Legends, flashing after death.
Yeah, I mean, like, how bad does this Renekton pick look in this game now? There's just so many tools to shut the Renekton down. Like, you could put Khan in this game, and I'm fairly certain he wouldn't be able to pilot. Like, you physically can't move. It's an Azillion with double slow, double bomb, Everfrost, Braum, and Abby's just in there.
Well, Kisei's kind of finding out about that. Zillion does put a lot of work in here. The Chiefs are trying to fight, but there is no chance for them at all. And a triple kill for Violet. I think this is the point where in solo queue, if there weren't FFs being thrown, there's certainly one getting put up after that.
Look, there might not be FFs getting thrown, but there's definitely some spam pings coming down on a few members of the side of the Chiefs. Now, I'm not going to point out who's getting spam pinged and question mark pinged, but for sure there's some question mark pings on the corpses after that one.
Not looking good for the Chiefs. This has just really spiraled out of control now, hasn't it? 13-4. And every you take the one here for the replay.
Well, every time that the Chiefs are in a fight, it's Kisei using the Spirit Rush, you know, as a disengaged tool. And that, for me, is when you're really running into a problem in executing your composition. But Peace aren't letting Chiefs set up, right? They're the ones that are creating pressure. They're the ones that are setting up the vision. And ultimately, they're the ones with the Hecarim that's just running people down. And so far, Peace have just played this game extremely well. It's been a lot slower than we're used to. I know they have a 6k gold lead at 24 minutes, but normally when we talk about Peace, we're talking about a 5k gold lead at 13 minutes, right? So it has been slower for their kind of... and Halo, just one between and bot side. Might be caught here.
Again, not the champion that you want to be chasing, not the one that you can even chase. It's a Zillion. So Swaith and Lived are dead men walking. Lived might just about get out, but let's see, the True Shot Barrage does go through the Chiefs. Never mind, Peace decide they're strong enough. It's time to chase under the tower. Lisa might go down here, although he does just survive by the skin of his teeth. And it feels like nothing is going right for Chiefs right now.
Gotta feel bad for Swade, don't you? I feel like he's had a pretty decent game. You know, his early game was particularly good, and then he's all of a sudden pressing tab, and the Hecarim's 5-1 and 10. And he's like, well, where did I go wrong this game?
Yeah, it's a good question. Well, Peace are going to turn their attention into the mid lane here and start to take some towers down. Got the Baron buff up, so they're feeling confident, shoving all those waves in. Still got a minute left on it as well, so can afford to take a reset here for Aladoric, for Violet. And they've still got time to play with for this little Baron buff power play.
And so we look at the levels too, across the board. It's 2-level leads, you know, in pretty much all of the relevant roles, and it is just going to be an uphill battle for Chiefs now. I mean, Peace are coming through with, you know, two third items. Dragon's going to be spawning in a hot minute, so it is going to put them on soul point, and, you know, Chiefs probably feeling like they need to fight this one. It is their last fight. It is ultimately the last, you know, bastion of hope for their composition. If they're able to pick up, you know, get a pick with this Ahri, not burn too many cooldowns, potentially they could fight. But it's all going to be on the ultimate of Halo, and they may even just sack the Dragon with the Baron buff and push down mid.
Well, if they can find something a little bit cheeky here, Chiefs, maybe there is a chance if someone face checks this bush. But I think Peace are far too good of a side to allow that to happen, and now Chiefs are kind of funneling into Peace, which is not the kind of fight that they want. You think about the follow-up after that onslaught of shadows. There's the Glacial Fissure, there's everything, and we're about to see it. Lisa hasn't even thrown the ultimate in just yet. Chiefs are melting, and there's a decent re-engage coming through from the Chiefs. Halo is being focused down though, and Peace just make it look so damn easy. Resurrect goes through. Violet gets picked back on up. And even if you could find a kill, you still can't find a kill because Zilean exists as a champion. And Peace are going to walk into what looks like a pretty clean win.
Yeah, pretty clean, pretty decisive win. If you're a Peace fan, you know, this is some of the best League of Legends that we've seen them play with this particular composition, right? And maybe third time lucky. They're really starting to find their groove, and now it's another headache for Chiefs to think about when pick banning for the next game, because you know you have this Halo, Zilean, and this Lisa Hecarim combination to think about. But for me, I just want to give a shout out this game in particular to Appy. Really held down the fort in top side of the map, won a counter matchup, and was able to really influence team fights in a positive way. You know, that last team fight in particular, 4-man Mega Knight into the Wolf Pit wall. So Peace with the match point.
Well, it's still not over just yet, 2-1. Does mean that there is still potentially a couple of games to play in this best-of-5 series. But Peace putting the right step forward when they need to. It was, I want to say, almost even a little bit disappointing in the end from the Chiefs after starting pretty nicely.
Yeah.
They had a 2-dragon lead as well, and then unfortunately that one sort of awkward fight, that one awkward engage gets them into the wrong spot, and it's a bit of a snowball from there for Peace.
Oh, 100%. And Mac, how was that game for you?
It's pretty interesting, you know, as per usual. Peace, you know, knuckling down just when it was necessary. Now they've got 2 games to their name, and it's going to be so hard to stop them. You could see a complete, I guess, rethink of the draft just allowed them to play their own game and pretty much be in the driver's seat from the get-go, knew exactly what they had to do. This is that macro we know that Peace are capable of doing. You can see they're all smart fellas there on the team, and this is a perfect example of things that work. Now, you guys mentioned it, that Renekton not quite working up in the top lane, so I dare say Chiefs are going to be going back to the drawing board for game number 4 because, you know, they don't want to go down without swinging.
I mean, they swung this game, right? Like, the Chiefs just got outplayed. Like, on every turn, it was just an outnumber. Every single turn, Peace were able to read what Chiefs were going to do, bring more numbers, and it wasn't even like a, you know, when you look at a team fight and you think, wow, they really got outplayed there. It ultimately was none of that. It was just numbers advantage, really well played macro game from the side of Peace, and they were almost just reading 2 pages ahead in the book that Chiefs were reading.
Certainly was something, wasn't it, Jordan? You know, going through towards the late. I think this is one of the first games we've seen that hasn't actually gone to that 40-minute mark. It just fell a little bit shy. Was it after this fight, you know, towards that 30-minute mark, and then it was kind of just downhill from here?
It's over. This is the last fight of the game, actually, if I remember correctly. Pretty sure Peace just walk into base after this and pick up the win. I mean, yeah, I mean, it was over. It was sort of quicker than I anticipated that it would be. It certainly seemed like a bit more of a toothless Chiefs in comparison to game 2 that we got to see there. I mean, big questions, obviously. You've allowed Hecarim through in the draft. That's not something that we've seen a lot of teams allowing, and I'm not sure that Chiefs are going to allow that through next time either. But blue side advantage, I suppose, for Peace there. So Chiefs, I'd imagine, are going to be looking for the blue side next time, and that may shift up the drafts enough such that Chiefs get a bit of a better pick ban sort of phase through here.
Well, someone that is very interested in stats and also loves to be on the show is StatsNat. So let's bring her back in and see what stats you have for us after the 3rd game there, Nat.
Well, I mean, that is true. I absolutely do love stats. So the first thing I'm actually going to kind of talk about is the fact that the kill scores between game 1 and game 2 were exactly mirrored. So in the first game, Peace got 17 kills, Chiefs got 6, and then in game 2, Peace only got 6 and Chiefs got 17. So it's actually really interesting, like, just how quickly they could flip it between game 1 and 2. But the total kills after 3 games are 43 to 27, Towers are 21 to 10, and Dragons are 7 to 7. So they're pretty much even on Dragon control. There's been no Soul Drake either, so we just haven't gotten that far in the game, I guess, to see any of that. But it seems overall it's pretty close, except for that last game that we just saw where, I don't know, Peace just kind of took control and snowballed.
Yeah, while you're talking about Drakes as well, this was a stat I was going to throw in earlier, but I didn't know if it would be too relevant today, which so far it hasn't been, is that during the regular season, we only got to see 2 Elder Drakes taken, whereas so far in the playoffs, I think we've had 5, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 5. So you can just tell, just from the length of those games, the amount of dragons that are coming into the game and, you know, having influence on it as well is just multiplied.
I don't think it's unreasonable to expect that, to be honest. You know, the matches should be closer in playoffs, therefore they should be going longer, therefore there should be more opportunities to get Elder Drakes through. When you're looking at, you know, matchups in regular season that are the first place team, the best team in the region up against the 7th or 8th best team, and they're just sort of an overall kind of a stomp in a way, then there isn't really that much of a chance for the Elders to come through. But things are getting tight right now in playoffs, and so, yeah, we're definitely expecting to see a few more Elders, although today, no such luck.
Yeah, well, I feel like that was the first stomp we've seen in a little while. So, Nat, I will say thank you very much for the stats, and I dare say we might see you after the next game if Peace win again. But to get there, we've got to go with one more break. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go too far. Game number 4 is on the other side of this.
Halo might not have wanted to do that. Also has Flash available. Never mind, he's still alive. The damage wasn't even there. Everfrost also keeping the Chiefs locked down. You got to remember, Sonya's is also there for Halo, so that was a big bait indeed. Swaith is just about going to get out until that Braum Q lands, and now Onslaught of Shadow puts Lisa under the tower. He's going to go low, but he's going to survive. Aladora certainly will not. Dragu turning this one on its head with the Rel, but again, favourable trades for Peace and Liv.
Down to on the wall, but nobody knows. We've got to get away. I thought I'd try to call, but nobody's on. Must have been a bad day. You know I'm the guy that can make it work. This is what you like. You know what the word is. We got to live life. Now we can't think twice. You gotta be certain. Let's it up and run away. Don't tell anybody about where we go, and no one will know. We don't tell them. Let's be selfish. Let's just in love. Let's just in love. Catch a flight, go around the world, leave our troubles at the gate. We should have a life with some twists and turns, 'cause it keeps you wide awake. In the middle of the night, we can move just a little light, so we can see what we're doing. We got to live life.
going very deep into the series today. Let's see if we go all 5. But for now, it's time for game number 4. And before we get into game number 4, I just have a couple of questions. One of which is straight from Statsnat, who we kicked off the broadcast before she got to ask the question. Now, Jubes, this one's for you, all right? So Peace picked Ez. Is this more just to take it away from Mboma because he's been doing a good job on it? And, you know, Violet thought that he could play it well, which we saw, and it forces Mboma onto the Kaiser, which may not be his strength here. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head. It's taking Mboma off an 80 carry where he can gracefully lose lane and putting him on something where it's... Because Ezreal's teamfight is very safe too, right? It's throwing Qs, weaving in auto attacks, whereas you play something like the Kaiser, something like Desire, something that's a little more volatile where you need a little bit more prowess, and then you can get punished in lane harder. And like I said to you, Ezreals that are very comfortable in Ezreal can also win lane. Like we saw Violet leave lane with like a 20 CS lead. So if you're winning lane on Ezreal, getting to your 2 item power spike earlier, you're just going to take over Summoner's Rift. So it's a little bit of both. Bit of comfort and a lot of like, hey, I'm going to call you out on the Ezreal that you've been picking up and force you onto something you're a little less comfortable on.
There you go. So straight from the horse's mouth, straight from the wrinkly-brained Jubes. There you go. And if you want to see how wrinkly your brain is, you can go over to Esports Assessment Labs and I guess, you know, maybe get a CAT scan or something. You probably can't. You have to just do a bunch of tests and then figure out how many wrinkles are in your brain. And it'll give you a stat sheet saying you have 9 wrinkles because you're 9 out of 10 with your reaction time. You got cognitive ability. You've got focus, something which I'm terrible at. Probably got ADHD, but I guess we'll see once I go get tested one day. Now, that brings us one step closer towards the game. And we're there. Is this going to be the Chiefs' final stand? Can they win one more and take us to a game 5? Find out right now. Ladies and gents, it's time for Champ Select.
Oh, okay. Well, here we go. Game number 4, Juves. Don't know if you expected to be here. Did you think this was going to be a 3-0 from Peace?
I thought we would get minimum 4 games. Absolute minimum 4 games. However, I did not think the games would be as... Like, the games have been pretty close up until the last one. And it's all been like little tweaks of pick ban that have, I think, edged the advantage. Now, first and foremost, I just want to say, if I see a Renekton on the side of Chiefs, I'm gonna smack my desk. Okay? It's gonna be a loud bang, and that's what it's gonna be.
I'm ready.
So I want to see that adaptation coming out of the Chiefs. Look at the Ezreal priority. Like, we just touched on that. It's something that I think Chiefs really do need to win. And first picking the Ezreal it just feels punishable. It feels like you should be able to punish, and that's exactly what they're gonna do with this Jinx.
Yep, that's going to be locked in for Violet. Still got the Rakan ban coming through from Chiefs. I don't think the bans have actually changed from last game at all. Udyr this time will slip through for Lisa. So, I mean, I should say the bans have changed, but not dramatically. I guess we get the Headcrim ban from Peace this time. That's the one sort of key defining factor, given that they're on the red side. But for Chiefs, much of the same kind of setup. Gone for the Yone this time in mid for Kisei. We did see him get that one yesterday and have a good time, but again, Swaith on Sejuani. He did say he was having a pretty decent game on Sejuani, so maybe give him another crack there.
He had a good game. Now, okay, the Tahm catch. I like the Tahm here because it's going to be Tahm into 2 bans, and I can almost guarantee you they're going to be 2 support bans. They might take away Dracu's like enchanters, so whether that's like his Soraka, whether that's his, what's something else? He's a big Yuumi fiend. So I wouldn't be surprised if they ban Yuumi as well. But Soraka is the one that's off the table. But I think Dracu's got enough in his arsenal to really punish this Tahm Kench pick. So how you punish Tahm is you opt in for like the enchanter supports. So maybe we see the likes of Dracu playing a Karma. Maybe we see the likes of him picking a Yuumi if it's something that's not banned. There's definitely options for the Chiefs. And I think that... Peace have really learnt their lesson and they know that they need a champion that can peel Violet when he's on this Jinx. Tahm being that one, but also now they can be punished in lane. So let's see what they decide to do here. Peace. Okay. So 2 enchanters really banned away. I'm so excited to see what Dracu picks up. He has an arsenal of enchanters to play.
Well, it's been the Soraka and the Sion during the regular season. The Soraka and the Seraphine, I should say. He did, I think, play Sion at one point. That's maybe what's catching me
with the
out.
center. Yeah.
But obviously not a factor in this discussion. But it's been the Soraka and the Seraphine that he's looked to when he's gone towards the enchanters. So if it's going to be an Enchanter support, it's going to be something new from him in this game. That's all I'm trying to sort of get out there. Karma was taken away. Obviously, the Soraka was taken away. So, you know, you've taken away two of the more solid options for him. Orianna for Halo. Something that he's going to be quite comfortable on. But there's no big Orianna setup, right? There's not a big go signal for that shockwave.
Yeah. It's a very kite back composition from Peace because you look at the way that Chiefs need to do damage. They have to do damage from melee range. So Chiefs are going to be the one engaging the fight so far, right? The Sejuani, the Yone needs to be in, But however, they have so much disengage. You can use a shockwave to disengage. You can use the ball, the dissonance to kite back. You got the Tahm Kench, you got the Udyr Bear Slap, and you'll be able to just kite back on Jinx and be able to just play the team fight at range. So you don't need the engage. You don't need what we're used to seeing to something to deliver the ball into backline if you're going to play that front to back style. Now I want to see if Peace really are serious about Lulu being that pick. Okay. Yeah, there we go.
Not a bad one. And funnily enough, we do actually get a Scion. It's going to be in the top lane for the Chiefs.
If Cho'Gath. Cho'Gath is something that is an O special. We always play Cho'Gath. We always just find a way to pick it up. You know, it has been played internationally a little bit, so it wouldn't be like the weirdest thing to see. And Cho'Gath does have a pretty good lane into Scion because you can silence his Scion smash. You can, you know, use the Rupture to deny that too. And it is just a free scaling lane. It's just a gentleman's handshake, and you'll be able to get those feast stacks up and become pretty unkillable in the team fight department. Now, look at the damage spread of the Chiefs comp too. If you look at serious threats and damage output, it is all AD. Like Sejuani isn't carrying you over the line in terms of magic damage, so Chiefs need to get ahead early.
I mean, it's going to be tough, I think, for the Chiefs here to kill what is quite a beefy front line from Peace. I mean, you've got Cho'Gath, you've got Tahm Kench. Those two in their own right are a bit scary, but even an Udyr can be a little problematic in that respect, and obviously Violet standing behind all of that is going to be just chunking away, looking to get excited and start running through the Chiefs composition. So maybe Kisei can get into the back line. You know, Yone is one of those champions that can sort of flit around the fights, jump in, jump out, do what he wants. If you hit a good ultimate, get on top of the Jinx, maybe you can blow her up. But short of that, I think it's very difficult to deal with the front line, especially for Peace here. So
yeah,
I don't mind what we're getting through from Chiefs. You know, I like to see Mboma on Ezreal on the Comfort Champion. I like to see Kisei through on the Yone. He did well on it yesterday. But I wonder if, you know, something like Lilia would have been better for Swathe. Obviously, it was banned away.
Yeah.
But just lacking maybe a bit of that magic damage threat. We'll see how it goes.
Ezreal Lulu too isn't your like traditional lane. Like it's they're a weird pairing, and it's almost like I think this was a little bit of a curveball that Peace threw, locking in the Tahm Kench. Like Chiefs saw that and thought, okay, we need to have a counter, we need to have a punish for that, and then they decided to pair Ezreal and Lulu. And now like you look at that and you start like they're not you know, they don't work in tandem. You know, the kind of saving grace of this Lulu pick is that it does pair well with the Yone, but you know, that's a long ways away before we start seeing them participate in the game together. And I don't even necessarily think this Jinx Tahm lane is that bad, because Jinx does fare quite well into Ezreal, and Tahm can just poke at range with Q as well. Like Tahm is a melee range champ, but those tongue lashes do hurt quite early on. So you know, Chiefs really need to find the lead somewhere in this game.
Where's it going to be? That's what we're waiting to see. Game number 4. It's an important one for the Chiefs. This could be their elimination from LCO this season. And that would see Peace through to the grand final against Pentanet. That's what's on the line. This is the lower bracket final. It's an elimination game. It's a progression game. And right now, it's series point for Peace, who are up 2-1. Kisei looking for some cheeky Qs over the wall there. Often what you'll see a Yone doing to start off the lane is sitting right next to the Raptors, getting a couple of those so you get that third stack and you can start to use maybe a little bit of zoning presence with your third stack on Q, but not in this instance for
That's
Kisei.
a leash.
That's a big leash.
Yeah, that's when you love your jungler. Yeah, I never got that treatment when I played professionally. I was left to fend by myself, go start Wolf solo, and if you don't gank my lane, then
Oh, well, speaking of slowing down in the bot lane, Exhaust is going to go through onto Mboma, and with those tongue lashes, he's not moving anywhere quickly. So a good trade already for Peace. Exhaust for heal, not too bad, but the damage is really, really big.
we didn't see how that played out or how that initial trade started, but you can already see like Jinx Tarm isn't a bad lane, especially with Ez Lulu. Like Ez Lulu, mathematically doesn't really make much sense. So we're going to have to see how Mboma and Draku pilot this one, because they're already kind of on the back foot. And there's one thing I learned in League of Legends, you never really want to be on the back foot to a Jinx, because she really does just run away with the game. Has the lethal tempo, is going to be playing for lane, you know, have that little bit more power in lane. So, oh, Ezreal also started tier. That's probably something that we needed to touch on too, right? Hasn't opted in for like the offensive kind of stat with the Doran's Blade, or, you know, the defensive one with the Doran Shield. Gone straight tier. Thinks he can get away with that.
Yeah, it's a bit greedy, isn't it? You know, you come into the lane, you don't have all the stats, but you can get a head start on your Manamune.
They're in trouble.
Well, there is a jungler pathing down to bot on both sides. Lisa does have a level advantage, but Swaith is here first. Aladoric and Violet will probably need to burn some summoners here. There's a heal and a flash, and Aladoric gets Violet out of trouble. So they do save the important spell, which is Violet's flash. But it's not too bad from Chiefs.
Yeah, it's a flash, a heal, a mid lane chunk into a double crab. So now we need to take stock of like, was that worth it? Because look at tempo. He's down 3 camps, Swaith. Once this crab goes down, he's genuinely down 3 jungle camps, and he's going to be down a bucket load of EXP, because he's also going to lose the respawn on the Gromp. So what was like, again, a gank relief, if you will, like a gank that was never really going to work, but enough to chunk and relieve some pressure on your bot lane, has turned into quite a substantial CS lead in the jungle. And Liv has to be careful here, because he's not in any... Yeah, he's not in any place to really contest that. And now he's kind of used all of his mana, and he's about to be pushed under turret. But they decide not to dive that. Probably can't do that, so it's fair to say the Scion zombie passive is going to trade there. But in terms of tempo, this Udyr is really far ahead, and the one thing you don't want to be doing as a Sejuani or into an Udyr is falling behind tempo, because that's the one way Udyr actually wins games.
Yep. You suddenly see him arrive with 20 or 30 CS advantage and a level or 2, and you're thinking, oh crap.
And
don't know what to do about that.
Levels in the jungle are probably the most important stat in the early game, because I see a skirming here.
Yeah, Swaith not quite going to connect everything. Might have overcommitted a little bit here. Will dash back over the wall, but it's kind of left Kisei out high and dry. Does have the 3rd proc on the Q, or did. So he was going to be fine. Flash was forced through by the mid laner though.
It's a flash for flash trade though. So like Halo did burn flash. It wasn't like they got nothing out of that exchange. And you'd have to say that flash is far more volatile being down for the Orianna, because that's where, you know, the bread and butter comp of Chiefs, the Sejuani passive with the Kisei melee auto attacks, that's where they're going to do most of their damage. So Halo really needs to play this lane well now, because it is just going to be a point of focus for the side of Chiefs. But I think so far the Peace is doing a very good job in defending that, and Swaith is not looking at his keyboard, or at his screen rather.
Well, the exhaust goes down, the shockwave goes down, and so does Swaith. First blood for Peace.
Yeah, and he's just not looking at his screen. It's as simple as that, right? And you know, as a jungler, you get taught to use your F keys, taught to toggle lanes, but he's been punished there for doing so.
Kisei not looking too healthy, but the kill threat isn't really there at the moment for Halo. He doesn't have Shockwave, low on the mana as well. And Boma might be in a spot of bother. Has got Flash, is going to be able to E forward, but I don't know if he gets out of this even if he does use Flash. He's going to give it up as well. So he doesn't waste the spell.
Who gets the kill? It's Violet. The Violet on the Jinx is, this Tahm Kench and Jinx lane is winning. Right, you're like, you pick the Enchanter to quote-unquote beat the Tahm in lane to get the free scaling, and you're losing lane now. I mean, that's not a fault of Draku in Bowman getting caught there, but it is just good. what it is just good reset timings coming out of Peace. Every time that they leave base, they find an advantage because they're moving out of base not towards their lane, but towards the lane that needs the resources, and they're able to punish accordingly. From a mid lane kill into a transition into a bot lane kill, and it's just really well played from Peace.
Well, and Boma's back in lane now, but he's already behind a kill and a little bit of CS as well. Dragu down a level from all the roams that he's been doing. Starts to spiral. It's not out of control yet for Chiefs, but could be soon.
But this is when Tarm lanes get hard, when the poke doesn't stick. When you start seeing Tarm just like walking up and the poke not sticking, I'm gonna hold the thought because we might see Halo fall here.
I think he's got it just in time. Halfway through, looking for the counter engage. Lisa has arrived, but low on mana. Can he get a stun onto Swathe? That's the main question. And once he does, it looks good. But Dragu with the heal, by the way.
Kisei missed ultimate on the back end of that skirmish. It's probably the difference between Halo living and dying there. These are the moments that really turn serious, you know, these big playoff moments. You need someone to step up, and Halo was able to sidestep that one out, and maybe Kisei's the one that falls down now.
Aladoric has followed Dragu up. Luckily, Kisei did have the third proc on Q and was okay. Oh, well, tempo's really working against the Chiefs at the moment, isn't it? Dragu can't go anywhere. It takes him so long to get back to the bot lane because they've lost full control of their red side jungle.
Yeah, and this is, you know, partly due to the jungle matchup and also due to the fact that their bot side's winning. I mean, this is what, a 2-level lead, and he's on vision, so he's going to try and go to the red buff, but, you know, he can potentially get collapsed on here. They're danger pinged it, so they're not trying to contest. Instead, they'll value the tempo. Oh, on the way ping, might be caught. How low's that red buff? He just got it, but I think he dies for it, in all honesty.
Unless he gets the blast cone timing nicely. Doesn't look like it's going to work out too kindly. Can he jump over the wall? Yes. So he's safe.
I think that's a very big misplay from Lisa, because there's only one way Swathe is running there, and he's running towards Halo. So he can just play goalkeeper and not let Swathe out of the jungle there. But, you know, even so, even with that little bit of a, like, misplay...
It's close, but it's not close enough.
Yeah. But even with that little misplay there, they still get the Rift Herald off the back end. So it is still a huge advantage and a big pickup because, you know, it's still 9 minutes in, and this Rift can potentially break turret. And look at this bot lane. I mean, that poke isn't really sticking. Dragu... Hang on a minute.
Boma not able to hit the true shot barrage. Is going to mean there's a lack of damage. Dragu forces the ult through on himself, and now Exhaust goes down onto Mboma. Aladoric will be fine with the grey health. Heals back up a little bit as well. Dragu does have heal coming up in just a couple of seconds, so maybe they can bait something through here. And by a couple of seconds, I mean about 20 seconds or so.
Yeah, Ezreal just doesn't have enough mana. I think if Ezreal had mana in that situation, they could play a little more aggressive and potentially look to win that 2v2. And so, Jinx is just up CS. And he's even just not resetting, because he might catch Mboma here. Or, just the old fake reset, the old do-si-do, pick up an extra minion wave, get that one to crash, and then all of a sudden Mboma's the one that loses the wave.
Here we go. And Mboma just can't even challenge this, can he? He's got no mana. So Violet's going to get one more wave out on the reset. 3k advantage already for Peace.
Yeah, 3k advantage with a scaling composition, right? I mean, Lisa's still 2 levels up in this jungle matchup, and again, I was talking about how leads in the jungle matchup, you know, yes, it comes from gold, it comes from items, but a big part, a big unsung hero is the fact that you can get like a level lead. Level is just gold that you don't see, right? And so, you know, Lisa at this point, you know, even take the Chem Tank out of it, is so much stronger than Swathe just from having that significant level lead, because he's going to ding level 9, have max levels in one ability, and so the next skirmish that folds around is just going to be a raid boss.
Oh, Swathe wants to make something happen here, but the engage onto Aladoric is not really what you want, and it costs Swathe his ultimate. 15 seconds before Dragon.
I mean, it's just... just what happens when you... Oh, it's a dive. It is going to be a dive onto Mboma. He's just stuck in no man's land. Has flash.
Can't really even get there in time, can he? So what can Mboma do to survive? Dodges the Super Mega Death Rocket, gets in range of Dragku. Now Wild Growth available, and it sends Peace packing. Who's going to get out of there? Okay, oh, Kisei, he might not survive here. Does flash away, and the Q, the Rupture, doesn't quite connect. Fancy footwork from Kisei, but eventually a ball lands on his head. And Swaith is also forced to flash away from another Cho'Gath Q. Here comes Lived, but he's just a little bit too late to the party. We'll get the knock up onto Halo, but I'm not sure he's going to have the damage to chase him down here, especially under tower. What a crazy turn of events.
Yeah, it's just outplay. It's just outplay after outplay from the side of Peace. I mean, we're seeing Appy finding the window to roam into the mid lane. Kisei, a little bit of fancy footwork there. You thought he was going to live, but Halo on this Orianna is just I mean, probably, arguably his best champ, right? He's just having really good control of this lane in such a volatile matchup, and he's allowing Lisa to just keep generating this lead. He's still 2 levels up. Swaith is just across the map, trying to find plays, trying to force plays, but you know, he's just unable to make that happen. He's just falling, consistently putting himself at a deficit, because once you fall behind, especially as a Sejuani, you just don't have the means to keep up tempo, especially against the Nudia.
Well, we spoke about the lack of magic damage on the Chiefs side and their necessity to get ahead early. Doesn't look like that's happening.
No. And like, you will just keep seeing the armor come on through, right? You know, Cho'Gath already got his 1 armor item. Udi has almost got his, you know, his armor item and his boots. So it's just going to get tougher and tougher, especially because Lulu can't pick up that slack in terms of magic damage. He's going to have the Moonstone, and that's just about it. Another red buff goes to the side of Lisa.
Really starting to build that CS gap in jungle. Doesn't look like Kisei can really find any opportunities to do anything in mid. There's always a support or a jungler hanging around for Peace, so he's not ever getting a straight up one-on-one with Halo. And Mboma and Dragku luckily are recalling, because they could have been in a spot of bother were they not. But it will give Violet the first turret of this game. So 2 dragons the lead, 1 turret the lead, 5k gold the lead, or give or take. 14 minutes in, and Peace might be about to find another frag. Here comes Kisei looking for some damage, but is going to get sent back, and Swaith isn't really providing a whole lot for himself.
Okay.
The combo is good. Kisei, the shield is not enough. Oh, the damage from Halo and Liv. Can't hit the ground pound, and so Peace walk away untouched. It looked good until it didn't.
We just got a dab on camera too, if you didn't see it.
I didn't see it.
Yeah, Halo dabbed after that on camera.
Well, I think that shows the mental state of where Peace is at right now.
Yeah, I mean, it was a nice little 2v2 outplay. Like, the jungle mid of Chiefs are losing to the mid support, right? Like, that's kind of how much of a hole they're in. The Tahm Kench is able to soak so much of his damage, and you think it's a good trade here, but the Orianna just picks up 2 people, 1 kill with the ball there. So
yeah, 4-0 for Halo now as well. That was a nice combo from Kisei, but he kind of needed his E to be able to go back to get that extra little bit of damage. And obviously used it earlier on in the fight, so couldn't combo it with the ulti. 62% voted for Peace. 62% feeling pretty happy at the moment.
yeah, at the moment, and what is it, 7k gold lead, and yeah, I touched on this the game before. I said, you know, it's a bit of a slower game for Peace standards, and all of a sudden they've said, you know what, 16 minutes in, let's get us a 6 to 7k gold lead. This is kind of the tempo we're used to them playing with, right? Like you know, even against Pentanet, they were able to put up like 2-3k gold lead. So yeah, this is definitely a solid showing, because yeah, it's easy to lose stock of where Chiefs were at yesterday. Like, as a team, they were looking clinical. Like, they put on a clinical performance against the Direwolf. So this isn't like they're doing this against a team that's, you know, bottom half of the table. Like, Chiefs are contenders. You know, we were talking about them being in the grand finals this week. So for them to have such a dominant game 4 really speaks to how well this Peace team is playing right now.
Well, Rift Herald's not going to be contested, that is for sure. It's time for Chiefs right now, though, to be getting some control in the bot side river, because Dragon will be online in 40 seconds. So not a bad time to start getting some wards down. But big level advantages in almost every single lane. Top, mid, jungle. Bot lane's pretty even for Chiefs here at least. Oh, Roma, that is playing with fire.
Shockwave, Ezreal would be able to buffer out of that, but
yeah,
would take majority of damage still. So Dragon, third one coming on through now. It is going to be the Infernal Soul. That might be the second or third one we've seen today, so we've been blessed by some pretty good souls. Or at least it might have been an Infernal and an Ocean. So you know, two of the top tier dragons worth contesting. So it looks like Chiefs will give this one away.
They're going to have to, aren't they?
Yep, and that's Soul Point now.
18 minutes in, Soul Point up. Big gold gap. Violet starting to look pretty scary on that Jinx. Should have 2 items completed very soon. Where is the recourse for the Chiefs? What can they do to actually win this game? I feel like a lot of it comes down to Kisei.
Yeah, like it has to be a numbers advantage where Yone's found the right angle, the right flank, and potentially let's just not have Tahm Kench there, because this Tahm has so much value, right? Like Tahm, you think about the composition of Chiefs. It's the Glacial Prison, it's the Scion, you know, driving on the freeway into one of the members of Peace, and it's probably a Polymorph and a Kisei. And the Tahm Kench, he actually just denies all of it, like every single bit, and he realizes that, and that's why he's opted in for the Quicksilver Sash, because if he can't die, then really no one else in his team can die. So they need to make a play where Tahm Kench isn't. So grouping here in the ARAM in mid lane isn't the play. They need to do their best to clear the minions here, and then find the window or the team fight with Kisei in the side lane, because Tahm ult isn't that big yet. It
They don't exactly have the greatest of wave clear, do they?
No, they don't.
You've got Ezreal.
and this is why we said they can't fall behind. Because compositions with poor wave clear aren't able to fall behind. They don't have that luxury because they can't stall the game out. They don't have the wave clear, and I mean, this is what we're seeing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Peace are slowly but surely finding further and further advantages for themselves. Not really throwing this game away, are they? 3 minutes until that next Dragon. I doubt we're going to see much from Peace until then. I guess maybe they'll look for the Rift Herald here. 15 seconds on that one, but again, they're just backing away, giving space to the Chiefs. Not looking for any fights.
So just a bit of a, you know, lull in action now. Not much to play for at the moment. Too early for Peace to start Baron, and no objective for Chief to lose. So we'll just see probably a trade in farm. Not much will happen here.
It's very slow and steady, isn't it? Eye of the Storm, or Eye before the Storm. Alright, so I was going to say, Rift Herald, it's actually a Baron. Anyways, don't know that Peace are too enthused with that just yet. Might look for a pick here. Dragku not in a great spot. The zap actually does connect. That's enough of a slow. Dragku has to use everything on himself. Heal, wild growth, but he will get out alive. And now Alador is the focus, but Shockwave is good. Glacial Prison locks up Appy. But now that Violet is starting to get excited, this will be problems for Chiefs. Violet just decides to flash forward, take the fight to himself, but he can't get much more. Still, it's enough for Peace.
And that's probably the best case scenario for Chiefs in terms of that fight, how it played out. Tahm Kench used to eat on the Udyr, which means the Jinx has no protection, Orianna has no protection, yet they weren't able to find access onto the back line. It was just, you know, Violet flashing forward. If anything, you know, usually the Jinx is flashing away. However, in this case, you know, with the gold lead, with the damage that was coming out from the Orianna, from Violet on the Jinx, it was just too much, and Chiefs were just in retreat mode, and Kisei pretty much fell down instantaneously.
No, that's Baron over to Peace. And Boma is going to take the consolation prize blue buff. Not sure that's a trade that I'd be too happy with. I wonder if Chiefs can get anything here. Maybe not onto Appy, but... Oh, that did a grand total of 0 damage. Oh no, this is really not going well for Chiefs at all, is it? They've camped the bush, they've tried to cheese, and it's Appy that's walked straight into it and taken absolutely no damage. Kisei does just get out, but for how long is my question, as there's going to be a teleport behind from Aladoric. Now, everyone's done. Chiefs is done. Jaku gets away. He wants to preserve that KD. 0-0-0. Certainly better than what's there on the scoreboard for most of his teammates. But I think it's their run starting to come to an end for the Chiefs.
Yeah, that's the play for me that screams a little bit of desperation, right? They're just trying to find the one play to get back into the game, the one pick, and unfortunately the person that was coming to get picked was the Cho'Gath, the biggest guy on the team, and he's not someone that you're going to take down in a hurry. But you know, it's good to see Chiefs with smiles on their face. You know, they fought valiantly. They've had a very, very good gauntlet run. And whilst this game isn't over, it is looking pretty grim. So it's good to see them with smiles on their face and still trying to fight their way out of this. But at the moment, Peace just too strong, too far ahead with a composition that scales this well as well.
I mean, I think Chiefs can hold their heads pretty high after the way that the season started off for them. To get all the way to what is essentially 3rd place is really not a bad performance at all. Peace have picked up the Infernal Dragon, so that's just going to make things extra difficult for the Chiefs. They're going to try again. This time they'll get a knock up onto Udyr and Tarm, but again, there's just no damage. So Lived is going to just have to send it out. And Boma getting chased down as well, so is Dragku. The focus onto the Lulu. Get Lulu out of the picture. That was a nice true shot barrage granted from Mboma. But with such a big gold deficit and Kisei having to use his ultimate to get away, I think it tells a tale in itself.
Yeah, you know, Yone using the one tool, and it is, I mean, let's take stock of the levels if we really want to. It's a 3-level lead in the mid lane. It's a 2-level lead in the jungle. And everywhere else is, you know, relatively even. It's 1 level apart, but, you know, 3 levels in the mid lane is dangerous territory, and that's putting it generously, I guess.
Yeah, Swave getting chunked down like crazy. Kisei going to look for something, but he doesn't have ult, he doesn't have his knock-up, he doesn't have anything, and Swave now is dead as well. Chiefs desperately trying to get anything done, but when there's a Cho'Gath in your face and a Cho'Gath that big, there really is no amount of damage that you can put through that's going to be enough. Especially when you're this far behind. Violet chunking away at that tower. And this feels like more of a victory lap than anything else for Peace as they pick themselves up a couple more kills, wave to the crowd on the way past.
That's
Violet's
literally
decided
what it is.
That's enough fun. It's time for the Nexus towers to go down. It's time for Peace to lock their way through to that grand final and find themselves a rematch against Pentanet. Swathe, again, trying his best. Zonya's out there from him as well. He's sold all of his items. He's got 2 Zonyas, but it's not enough. And there we have it. Peace will go through to the grand final against Pentanet. And hopefully we get another fantastic match between those 2 titans of Oceanic League of Legends. 3-2 in that best of 5 in the upper bracket earlier on in the playoffs. And once again, could be something we're looking forward to. It's the end of the run for the Chiefs, though. They had a good one. The Cinderella story, it looked like it might be possible after game 2 of this series, Jubes, but in the end, Peace just proved a little bit too good.
Yeah, and I mean, if you take stock of how the whole split's played out, the whole playoffs has played out, these 2 teams in the grand final now, Pentanet on one side, Peace on the other, they're the teams that probably deserve it the most, not probably, definitely deserve it the most, and they've looked like our 2 best teams by a country mile, so commiserations to the Chiefs. But they can hold their head up high. They had a decent showing in the playoffs run, and they won some series which they weren't favoured to do so. So, you know, something to be proud of, but Peace are looking like a real threat for the Pentanet crown.
They are. I'm looking forward to seeing that grand final. That'll be on Saturday. Anyway, Mac, I've been looking forward to seeing you, man. I've missed you so much.
First
Good
time
to have
you've
you
ever
back.
said that, ever. Look, I'm just preparing a thing. Oh no! Well, I've ruined it. Give me another second. It's going to be
Okay.
worth it. It's
Wait, get Mac back out. Me and Juice will do a bit more
yeah,
fill. It's
knock
fine.
me out for a second. Just like one. Cool.
See ya.
Do I even like when this happens? I'm so scared because what is actually going to happen?
All right, get Mac back. There we go.
F.
Oh,
To
that
pay
for?
to pay respects to the fallen
Oh.
Chiefs because we
I'm gonna
really
put
wanted
F
to
in
see them
chat.
succeed today. And look, they're gone. They're out of the competition. Now we've had 3 fallen teams. Direwolves, gone. Order, out of here. Chiefs, joining them down in the graveyard. But look, all of those 3 teams doing a spectacular job throughout the split. You know, the first season of LCO, and everyone was wondering what was going to go on with these teams. And now just 2 remain. It's Peace and Pentanet. At the start of the season, we did mention how great both of these teams were on paper, and we had the debate, you know, which one's going to be better? Is it going to be this one? Is it going to be that one? And Pentanet almost with the flawless season. But now they're in the grand final. Peace losing to them the other day, and they have a chance at redemption on the weekend. But before we get there, let's break down this game, because Chiefs, this was one that I feel like they would like to forget.
If this was a scrim, they'd probably ask to run it back, if I'm being completely honest. At this point in the game, 14 minutes in with this comp 5k down, you'd ask for a remake. Oh no.
Oh, they hit him with the close-up.
I've definitely lost my bearing after seeing it. I thought Dab was like 2019, 2018, but here we are in 2021. Who would have thought? Can't predict the Dab's coming out in a competitive game, but you got anything to say? I'll finish. I've full lost my marbles on that one.
Oh, look, it's fine, it's fine. No, I agree. I mean, I think Chiefs would probably rather forget that final game, but they did show us something in this series. Game 2 in particular, really, really impressive, and I thought that they might actually have Peace today, to be honest. I didn't think that this was as dominant of a performance, or I guess dominant maybe is a bad word here, because they did lose that game against Pentanet in the semi-final, but as exciting of a performance maybe is a way to put it, you know, because I felt like we had another level actually from Peace in that game against Pentanet earlier in the bracket. But this one, it felt like they kind of cruised through. Yes, they did lose game 2, but the games that they won, you know, felt maybe a little bit too comfortable. I think even Halo sort of indicating that with some of his shenanigans on the camera. So I'm not sure that that was peak Peace, and I'm hoping that we get to see peak Peace when we do get to the grand final on Saturday. I got to give credit, though, of course, to Chiefs. You know, they had a really, really good run. I didn't expect them to come away with the win here. I didn't even necessarily maybe expect them to get a single game, but they did. And I'm really excited to see what Chiefs can do next season in LCO, because I feel like they've kind of got it together. They can challenge at the top level, which is not something that we saw from them earlier on in the season. So even though it's a loss, I think they can come away from this season feeling pretty happy with the performance. Taking 3rd is not too shabby of a result at all.
Yeah, look, another change up in the draft and another successful one for Peace. Chiefs, they went with that Sejuani, and I saw everyone in Twitch chat asking why, and I think at the moment they're going to be asking why themselves, because it just didn't seem to have the impact that you kind of wanted Swaith to have. You know that he's going to be one of the key players for the Chiefs, and just on that champ, didn't hit home as good as, you know, maybe the Skarner, maybe some of the other picks that the Chiefs were playing earlier on. You know, even like we've saw him yesterday on like the Lilia, that was doing some good work. I know that was banned out for the final game, but seriously, like, we need to see something from the man. And I hate to continue harking on it, because I just could see in the player cams, you could tell that they felt defeated. It was about 10 minutes in, they lost a couple of picks, and they just didn't look as happy. They weren't smiling, they weren't laughing like they were earlier on in the series, and you could tell that they mentally just didn't think that they could come back into it. But teams that can, a Peace. Look, they did lose one game, but that did not get them down, and I think Nat is down on the sidelines with one of the champions of today, who is now going to be booking their ticket to the grand final. Nat, have you delivered the ticket yet?
I haven't, but I will pull in Aladoric to join me in the post-game interview. Thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations on that win. I want you to walk me through Game 5 and tell me why it was such a divisive win for you guys, because you just were not stopping. You absolutely steamrolled them in that last game. Sorry, Game 4. I just said Game 5, but Game 4.
I think we comp gapped them pretty hard. Like, our draft was like a lot better. We knew what they were going to do. We like prepared for it, and I think we adapted really well throughout the series, like draft wise. We just knew what they were going to pick, and we had everything ready for what they're going to pick.
What sort of adaptations did you make after losing Game 2?
Mainly just like the ban phase, because we knew that like we thought the highest chance of winning was if Swathe was on a carry champ. So like we banned away Lilia, which we think is like probably his best champ right now, and it's like really good in the meta. So I think if we took that away from him, then we'd have a lot better chance of winning.
Also talk me through the Ezreal pick that you guys did, because we saw Bowman playing Ezreal on game 1 and 2, and then you guys just came in on game 3 and absolutely took it away from him, forcing him to play the Kai'Sa. So tell me why you guys decided to pick the Ezreal.
I think we recognized that they had a really high priority on Ezreal, and I think their plan was to like just let bot like try and free scale, like free farm and scale and just play for team fights. And Ezreal is pretty hard champion to punish in lane, so we just took it away from him, pretty much.
And with the game 3 as well, why do you think it didn't feel as much of a victory per se as game 4? It just wasn't as convincing. Why do you think there was a little bit more back and forth in that game?
I think it's because draft, to be honest. Like I think red side it's pretty hard to draft, and I think blue side has like a huge advantage in draft. I think they played better in game 3, sorry, than they did in game 4 as well. I think they kind of just rolled over at the end. I think, yeah.
Yeah, do you find that it's more of a mental thing for you guys to be playing on blue side when it comes into these matchups?
Not a mental thing, it's more just like a preparation thing. We think it's a lot easier to prepare on blue side than it is on red side as well.
Alrighty, and the last question I do want to ask you is you guys will be coming up against Pentanet in the grand final again. How are you feeling, like, preparing for that one? Because it was so close last time you guys faced each other.
We're really confident. Like, in the last best of 5, we should have won on game 4, but we made a few individual mistakes and it cost us the game. I think we've improved a lot in, like, where we are weakest right now. So I think we're just really, really confident coming into the finals on Saturday. I think we'll win pretty convincingly.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm looking forward to the grand finals and seeing what you guys have changed and what you're going to be bringing out. So thank you and congratulations again on the win.
Thanks, Nat.
There you go. Confidence is key, and Aladoric certainly confident already, you know, expecting the win today and expecting the win on the weekend. So what do you know, Peace, they're going to be taking the cake.
Yeah, I think they actually did really well to adjust their draft for Chiefs. I think that's something I was surprised about, at how quickly they could turn it around and just be, oh, this is exactly how we can shut Chiefs down. I think they were just faster in doing that with drafting than Chiefs were in this best of 5.
Well, we do have the play of the day ready, and do you guys want to guess, or do you just want it sent at you today?
Can we guess game?
You can guess
Because I don't think I have a play.
Okay, Nat, we'll go backwards today. Nat, you go first.
Okay. I reckon it's going to be in game 3.
Okay.
Yep.
I'm going to go game 2, Dragku with the Magnet Storm engage. So I know it's hard because they actually lost the series. Normally play of the day goes to the team that won, I feel like. But I'm going Dragku here.
Okay. And Jubes and Ada, what about you?
I got nothing for you.
Beautiful.
I know, look, wait, Jubes, you can go my backup. There was an ace in game 1. You can go that one if you want.
The ace in game 1,
nothing.
that was the way it was played out, fantastic.
What about Halo's dab? That was a pretty good play.
I think that the Halo dab should have been play of the day, but unfortunately it wasn't. Jubes, get your casting voice ready, because I dare say it's going to be firing up in a moment. It was in game 3. There's a fight in the top jungle near the Wolves, where Appy jumped in as the Gnar, engaged like a champion with the knockback, and it was perfect. When I say top jungle, I mean bottom of the jungle. Here you go.
So there's a very big gold lead coming out of here. API is on the Gnar. Welcome to the dinosaur. It's the toy. I stuffed up. I'll do it on the next replay.
Yeah, beautiful.
I've actually just comboed. I've just comboed.
You just got to hit a note.
I took a note out of Skimmy's book and I did the Lilia
lullaby.
Yeah. That was yeah. I know what I wanted to say, but I kind of just buckled actually. So there you go. Even the best play-by-plays can buckle. And so we've got Appy in the back line there, and it is in fact not the Comet that destroyed the Earth. It was Appy's Gnar with the slam. So that's what happened there, and the dinosaur is not Instinct, and there goes Appy in the back line, and it's an absolute play of the day.
Still
going. Dinosaur is not Instinct. That was literary genius from Jubes in the play-by-play.
Firstly, English isn't my first language.
I love
The dinosaur is instinct.
I know you didn't want to repeat yourself. I heard the
I love
slam and I was waiting for the jam, but then it never came because I knew
Wait.
you didn't want to repeat yourself.
English isn't my first language. It's my Western Suburbs dialect, then English.
Ah,
Second.
of course.
Okay.
It's like me.
So-
I got country as my first language, and then
That's right.
Australian as my second, and then English as my third. Now,
I'm actually
yes.
I'm so upset after
Why?
that. I had such a good run of weeks with the play-by-play, and I've just absolutely ruined everything I've built. I feel like I built a castle, and now the castle's just rubble.
Mate, you were going to
I reckon you
Iceland
should
and then they
beg-
saw that.
You should just beg production to run it back, just to do over.
Nah, I'm
like
not.
it's a
You don't
scrim,
wanna
just
do-
be like,
Are you ready?
reset.
We could do a do-over. Do you want a do-over?
No,
Do you want to do over?
No,
The
because
do over Chiefs never got.
no, because I was going to Iceland, and now my contract's just being shredded. It's just been put in the. I'm shredded.
We can burn the tape, and we can give you one more chance right now
Nah,
if you want.
I reckon delete the VOD, pretend today never happened, and we'll run back tomorrow.
When you mean Saturday, we'll do it in
We'll do
studio.
it. Nah,
yeah?
nah,
We'll do
nah.
it on land.
We'll just make Chiefs versus Peace again, and I need a redemption. I'm on a redemption arc.
Oh, yeah, only supports can buy that though.
Well, I'll check if we can have Chiefs and Peace again. I don't think we can. I don't think Peace will allow it. They're probably happy getting the W and going straight to the grand final, but I can check it in. But look, we've seen the player of the day. We need to talk about the player of the day. I think we all know who that was. It was the man on your screen just before. It was, in fact, Aladoric doing God's work down in the bot lane as the support. Jordan, our support main, please tell us why he was the player of the day. Player of the
Yeah,
day.
definitely had a really, really good day today, didn't he? Even Dragku sort of posting on Twitter something about being hard gapped in the support role. The only real rough game for him was game 2, but that seemed like a pretty tough one across the board for Peace in general. I think you just look at the game 1, game 3 kill participation there, 82%, 85%. I'm not sure exactly what it was for game 4, but I'm sure we'll get to see that in a second here as well. And those are the kinds of numbers you want to be looking at for a support. So 69%, you know, not too shabby there either. I mean, just across the board, it felt like he had a lot of impact in all of those games. You know, down in bot, he was able to do work, especially with the roams up towards the first Rift Herald. You sort of spoke about that a couple of times being something that he liked to do. And all of the roams. And in fact, probably I felt like the counter roams as well was quite a big factor for him as well in terms of just what he was able to do in terms of mitigating some of the effectiveness from Dragku. So, yeah, certainly one of the more consistent players across the board today from the Peace lads. And so I felt like he was almost a little bit robbed in the Pentanet versus Peace series to not be able to pick up a player of the day in that one. You know, if Peace would have won that series, it probably would have been him and Violet getting a dual player of the day. But at least he's been able to grab one today. So, you know, that sort of evens things out a little bit.
Yeah, look, and he certainly one-upped it as well. He did have the 69% kill participation, so congrats on that. Now, let's have a quick look at the bracket as well.
I don't get it.
Moving into the grand final. This is where we're at. This is where we've been. This is the playoffs for the LCO. Direwolves taking one game before going out. Order, nothing before going out down in the lower bracket. Chiefs trying to make that lower bracket run a reality, but Peace were too damn good today. Now here we are in the finals. Pentanet and Peace. And Peace get a shot at the title again. Pentanet, they've only lost one game. All split so far. Are they going to lose another?
Nah, well, I guess that answers
Sure.
that.
Oh, well, I'll look. You know what? I won't answer Mac's question. Instead, I'll say I don't think the grand finals are going to go to 5 games. I think the way this is going to play out is Pentanet are either going to win 3-1 or Peace are going to come out on top. Like, I just don't see it playing out the exact same way that we just saw for the grand final upper bracket, the upper bracket grand final. Words are difficult.
Yes.
I would like to see it play out differently. I think that's the one issue with seeing 2 teams go head-to-head again in the grand finals, is that you might just have a case of deja vu. So I really do hope Peace bring out something else. Maybe they end up winning the first few games and Pentanet come back, or who knows. But I really do want to see a whole mixed bag of goodness coming out from these teams in the grand final.
Look, you said words are hard, and I agree with you. There's a word that you guys can use to get an extra 500 entries in the draw for the swag bag giveaway, and it's Okatoisland. I don't know what that is, but you can use it, you can put it in, get 500 extra entries, and you can win yourself a Zed statue, a Rengar plush, which, you know, you can either cuddle or put somewhere to look cute, or in my case, my dog might eat it. So, you know, hopefully that doesn't happen and you take better care of it than I would. You get a hoodie, you get a bag. Pretty sure you get a stress ball, which is something that I think Jubes needs after that attempt at play-by-play earlier. He seemed very frustrated. You need to get a big squeeze in there.
Yeah, I definitely will participate in that giveaway. Hopefully I can pull a few strings and win that one. I doubt it.
The plushie is so adorable. I ended up going on to the League of Legends, well, like the Riot website, and I fell down that rabbit hole of plushies. There are so many cute ones that, like, you have the chance to get an adorable free one. Like, why would you not just enter for the sake of it?
Look, if you want an adorable plushie, I think there might be a Jordan Elfish Guy Maze plushie on the way. Hopefully we can sort that one out for the finals. I'll talk to the producers after the show. Speaking of, that's it. For Split One's online broadcast. Does anyone want to say goodbye before we get to see each other in studio?
Goodbye, guys.
Yeah. Look, I'll say this. I hope I do make it to the studio. I would absolutely love to see everyone in person. I mean, it's crazy to think about. I've known you guys for so long, and I've only actually met Mac and Jordan in real life, so it's going to be interesting.
Well, there you go.
I don't like how you said that. I hope I do make it to the studio. Like, no, nothing's going to happen to you. You're going to make it there, okay?
I meant like with the COVID stuff,
Ah,
right?
okay.
I personally will
like-
be in one piece.
I was like, okay. A little bit concerned, but...
You're going to make it, Nat. You're going to make it. I think we're all going to make it. All right, we're all going to make it. Finals
We
coming
are.
up
We will.
on Saturday. That's it. Type ones in chat to pray that Nat makes it. And we'll see you all on Saturday. That's it for playoffs for now. Grand finals coming up on Saturday.
For peace. Australia's Revelry is popped, and Mboma's the target, easily dispatched off, this time by Aladoric. Once again, another fight for Chiefs that hasn't really even felt like a fight. They're just getting absolutely terrorized by Peace. Appy charges forward, uses to be able to get something done. Peace once again pull out all the stops, and well, Mboma's trying his best to defend. He's putting some decent damage through, but he's also copping it as well, and there's a big rock.
It's then that person's going to sleep, so... Flash engage.
Yeah, Aladoric does get the headbutt pulled through, but Dragku again with a Magnet Storm that is so good. And Kisei pumping that damage through. Swaith dropped early, did use it. It looks like it's going to work out nicely. Kisei gets the solid kill on Hack.
Brawl, nah, and Appy's just in there.
Kisei's kind of finding out about that. Zillion does put a lot of work in here. The Chiefs are trying to fight, but there is no chance for them at all. And after that onslaught of shadows, there's the Glacial Fissure, there's everything, and we're about to see it. Lisa hasn't even thrown the ultimate in just yet. Chiefs are melting, and there's a decent re-engage coming through from the Chiefs. Halo is being focused down though, and Peace just make it look so damn easy. Resurrect goes through, Violet gets picked back on up, and even if you could find a kill, you still can't. Might be about to find another frag. Here comes Kisei looking for some damage, but he's going to get sent back, and Swade isn't really providing a whole lot for himself. The combo is good. Kisei, the shield is not enough. Oh, the damage from Hay. The combo is good. Kisei, the shield is crazy. Kisei going to look for something, but he doesn't have ult. He doesn't have his milk up. He doesn't have anything, and Swade now is dead as well. Chiefs desperately trying to get anything done, but when there's a Cho'Gath in your face and a Cho'Gath that big, there really is no amount of damage that you can put through that's going to be enough. Especially when you're this far behind. Violet punking away at that tower. And this feels like more of a victory lap than anything else for Peace as they pick themselves up a couple, trying his best. Zonya's out there from him as well. He's sold all of his items. He's got
your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again, you're bad again. That you're on your own, hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again, you're bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, 'cause it can't hurt anymore, hurt anymore. And I will look press my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore than it's already done. You can't harm me, cause it's already done. You can't scare me, cause it's already done. You can't hurt me.